The anime begins with the protagonist, Tanjiro Kamado, walking through a snowy forest carrying his sister, Nezuko, on his back. Determined to reach help, he thinks back to a few hours earlier. In this flashback, Tanjiro is shown returning home. After selling coal in town, before leaving, his siblings wish to accompany him, but his mother keeps them home. Tanjiro's family relies on him after the death of his father, and his sister Nezuko gives him words of encouragement before he departs. When Tanjiro reaches town, he assists a villager accused of breaking a plate by using his sharp sense of smell to prove the man's innocence. On his way back home, Tanjiro is warned by an old man named Saburo about man-eating demons that roam the mountain at night. Saburo insists that Tanjiro spend the night at his house, sharing the story of losing his own family to demons. Thanking him for his kindness, Tanjiro sets off early the next morning. As Tanjiro approaches his home, he detects a strong scent of blood and races toward the house. Upon arrival, he discovers that his entire family has been massacred. Nezuko is the only one showing signs of warmth, so Tanjiro carries her down the mountain in search of help. However, Nezuko begins to transform into a demon and tries to attack him. Tanjiro struggles to hold her back, but she hesitates to kill him. A swordsman named Tomioka appears and attempts to slay Nezuko, explaining that demons must be destroyed. Tanjiro desperately protects his sister, trying to convince Ju that Nezuko is different. Ju is initially skeptical, knocking Tanjiro unconscious after an attempt to fight back. Nezuko, instead of attacking her brother, shields him, surprising Ju and making him reconsider. Realizing that Nezuko retains some humanity, Ju spares her life. When Tanjiro regains consciousness, Ju advises him to find an old man named Sakanji Urakadaki at the foot of Mount Sagri, explaining that Sakanji might help him become a demon, Slayer, and possibly discover a cure for Nezuko. Ju warns Tanjiro to keep Nezuko out of sunlight and then departs. After burying his family, Tanjiro sets off with Nezuko toward Mount Sagiri. While traveling, Tanjiro acquires straw and bamboo from a farmer and constructs a basket to carry Nezuko during the daytime. They continue their journey until they come across a forest temple, where they encounter a demon feasting on corpses. Nezuko suppresses her hunger for human flesh and assists Tanjiro in fighting the demon, using her newfound strength to help him defeat it. However, even after its head is severed, the demon's body continues to fight. The fight with the temple demon continues as Tanjiro tries to protect Nezuko. The demon throws them into the forest, and Tanjiro quickly strikes it with his axe, stunning it. However, the demon tries to drag Nezuko toward the edge of a cliff. Tanjiro intervenes and after a fierce struggle, knocks the demon off the cliff, where it falls and is left unconscious at the bottom as Tanjiro attempts to tie up the creature. Sakanji Urakadaki appears behind him and explains that demons cannot be killed with ordinary weapons. When dawn comes, the sunlight burns the demon to ashes. Tanjiro and Nezuko bury the victims at the temple before. Sakanji introduces himself as the person Tomioka mentioned. Sakanji tests Tanjiro by asking what he would do if Nezuko ever harmed a human. Tanjiro is caught off guard and cannot respond. So Sakanji criticizes him for hesitating and warns that he must be prepared to kill even his own sister if she ever becomes a threat. Sakanji emphasizes that Nezuko must never harm humans, and if that ever happened, Tanjiro would need to take his own life as well. Sakanji then tells Tanjiro that he will give him a series of tests to evaluate his aptitude for joining the demon Slayer Corps. Following Sakanji at a rapid pace, Tanjiro struggles to keep up as they race toward the mountain. Despite the hardships and the rough terrain, Tanjiro keeps pushing himself and apologizes to Nezuko, who is carried in the basket on his back when they finally reach Sakanji's home. Sakanji immediately sets the next challenge. Tanjiro must descend the mountain before daybreak. Without hesitation, Tanjiro accepts the test, leaves Nezuko safely at the cabin, and follows Sakanji up the mountain. However, as he begins his descent, Tanjiro quickly realizes that the mountain path is full of traps. Weakened by exhaustion and the difficult altitude, Tanjiro focuses on his sense of smell to detect the traps. Even though he is injured several times, especially by bamboo traps that emit no scent, he perseveres. Injured and bleeding, Tanjiro reaches Tsukanji's house at dawn. Proving his resolve before losing consciousness, Tsukanji reflects on a letter from Jutomioka recommending Tanjiro as a worthy candidate. In the letter, Ju describes Tanjiro's keen sense of smell, his determination to protect Nezuko, and his strong character, hoping Tsukanji will train him. After reading this, Tsukanji agrees to take Tanjiro as his disciple. Tanjiro begins his training under Tsukanji Urokodaki to become a demon slayer. Tsukanji explains the Demon Slayer Corps, an ancient, secretive group of warriors who fight demons despite the lack of official recognition from the government. Tsukanji also teaches Tanjiro about demons' supernatural abilities, their rapid regeneration, and their unique vulnerabilities, namely sunlight and special Nichiren swords, which are the only weapons that can kill them. Tsukanji Urokodaki guides Tanjiro on his path to becoming a demon slayer and informs him that his final test will be the Demon Slayer Corps' final selection held at Mount Fujikasane. Determined to grow stronger, Tanjiro trains relentlessly on the mountain. Under Tsukanji's supervision, the traps become increasingly difficult and dangerous, many equipped with knives and spikes. Forcing Tanjiro to hone his senses and reflexes, Tsukanji provides him with a practice sword to simulate real combat. Making Tanjiro balance his weapon all day to improve his skill. As training progresses, Tsukanji begins teaching Tanjiro proper swordsmanship techniques. The harsh lessons include Tanjiro being thrown into cold rivers and knocked down repeatedly, as well as enduring Tsukanji's stern discipline when he fails. Tanjiro also learns the total concentration breathing technique, which allows him to control his breathing so he can fight at the same level as a demon by enhancing his physical strength. Speed and focus. 6 months pass with Nezuko still asleep, though Tsukanji cannot detect anything physically wrong with her. Tanjiro's skill grows as he overcomes traps and tests on the mountain. But Tsukanji reveals one final trial, cutting an enormous boulder adorned with prayer ropes. Tanjiro attempts to cut it, but his blade cannot make a scratch. Determined, he trains continuously for another 6 months. Pushing himself to his limits, one day exhausted and discouraged after countless failed attempts, Tanjiro is approached by a mysterious boy in a fox mask named Sabito. Sabito challenges him to a duel and easily defeats him, criticizing his inadequate mastery of Tsukanji's teachings. Sabito then strikes Tanjiro unconscious and disappears into the mist, leaving him face to face with a girl named Makomo, who appears and begins to help him recover. Makomo gently corrects Tanjiro's mistakes and explains that mastering total concentration breathing is the key to unlocking his full strength. Makomo emphasizes expanding his lung capacity to flood his body with oxygen and strengthen his muscles and bones. Although Makomo never reveals where she and Sabito come from. Tanjiro continues training under their guidance. After 6 more months, Tanjiro faces Sabito once again. This time, Tanjiro manages to defeat him by slicing his mask in a single decisive strike. In that moment, Sabito and Makomo congratulate him and then vanish into the mist. Tanjiro looks back to see that he has actually sliced the enormous boulder cleanly in two. Tsukanji turns and acknowledges Tanjiro's success. Deeply moved, Tsukanji tells Tanjiro that he never intended to send him to the final selection because too many children had perished there. However, proud of Tanjiro's determination and skill, Tsukanji wishes him well and tells him to come back alive. Tsukanji prepares a final meal for Tanjiro, reminds him of the dangerous demons that grow stronger by eating humans, and gives him a fox mask warding charm to protect him. Tanjiro bids farewell to Tsukanji and Nezuko and departs for the final selection at Mount Fujikasane, resolved to survive the trials and return home. Before departing for the final selection, Tanjiro visits Nezuko one last time, promising that he will return. On his way out, Tanjiro remarks to Tsukanji that during his training, he met 2 other disciples named Sabito and Makomo. Tsukanji is shocked to hear this because Sabito and Makomo were his former students who had perished years earlier during the final selection. That evening, Tanjiro reaches the base of Mount Fujikasane, which is blanketed in glowing wisteria flowers that repel demons. Upon entering the gathering area, he is surprised to see many other hopefuls his age, all preparing to face the final selection. The twins who oversee the event explain that demons have been trapped within the forest and that candidates must survive there for 7 nights to pass. Once the trial begins, Tanjiro heads east to seek sunlight as a safety precaution. However, he is quickly ambushed by 2 demons arguing over who will devour him first. Utilizing his training and total concentration breathing, Anjito locates the threat of opening, then defeats the demons with the 4th form of water breathing, Tidal Strike, slicing both with 1 decisive attack. Afterward, Tanjiro hears another candidate scream in terror and discovers a monstrous, misshapen demon threatening a boy. Using the 2nd form of water breathing, Water Wheel, Tanjiro intervenes and frees the boy. The grotesque demon reveals that Sakanji Urokodaki trapped it on Mount Fujikasan decades ago, and that it has devoured 50 students, including Sabito and Makamo. Furious at this revelation, Tanjiro engages the demon in a fierce battle. Even when thrown against a tree and breaking his protective fox mask, he gathers his resolve by recalling his family and the purpose behind his training. Tanjiro unleashes all of his strength and skill with the water surface slash, slicing through the demon's regenerating arms and finally beheading it. As it dies, the demon remembers its past life as a human, and Tanjiro silently prays that it might reincarnate as a better person. Throughout the remainder of the 7 nights, Tanjiro defeats several other demons and eventually returns to the shrine where only 4 candidates, including himself and a girl who appears exceptionally calm, have survived. The twins congratulate them on passing the final selection and assign them their rank, promising that they will soon receive their Nichiren swords and messenger crows. After completing the trial, Tanjiro journeys back to Tsukanji's cabin. Nezuko greets him warmly with an embrace, and Tsukanji is astonished to see that Tanjiro survived after killing the powerful demon that had trapped his students. Tsukanji discusses the different types of demons and theorizes that Nezuko's deep slumber might be her way of regaining strength without consuming human flesh. Some days later, a swordsmith named Haganozuka arrives at the cabin to deliver Tanjiro's Nichiren sword. Ignoring pleasantries, the smith explains that these swords, forged from special materials, can kill demons. Haganozuka, the swordsmith, visits Tsukanji's cabin to deliver Tanjiro's new Nichiren blade. He explains that the ores used for Nichiren swords absorb sunlight and are mined from a mountain that receives light all year round. Haganozuka also remarks that Tanjiro is an enlightened child due to his dark red hair and eyes. Everyone gathers to see the color of Tanjiro's blade as it's unsheathed, and they are all surprised when it turns black. Tanjiro grows worried that a black blade might be an ill omen, but Tsukanji reassures him that black Nichiren blades are simply rare. Shortly afterward, Tanjiro's Kasugai Crow arrives and gives him his first official mission as a demon slayer. Tanjiro must travel to a town in the northwest where several young girls have vanished. Before he departs, Tsukanji provides Tanjiro with a sturdy box for Nezuko to travel in during the day and advises him to use his blade skillfully if he hopes to climb the ranks. Determined to find a way to restore Nezuko's humanity, Tanjiro dons his uniform made of a flame and water-resistant fabric and sets out as he journeys. Tanjiro checks on Nezuko inside her box and sees she is still sleeping peacefully to recover her strength. Upon reaching the town, Tanjiro meets a distraught boy named Kazumi, who was the last person seen with one of the missing girls. Tanjiro questions him and follows him to the place where the girl disappeared, using his sharp sense of smell to detect a faint trace of a demon. Despite Kazumi's warnings about the dangers of going out at night, Tanjiro investigates further. The scent grows stronger as a demon suddenly appears and tries to drag a young girl into a swirling portal of shadows. Tanjiro quickly intervenes, saving the girl and reaching safety, realizing that the enemy can hide underground using its blood demon art. Tanjiro questions the demon about the missing girls. The demon, however, refuses to answer and vanishes into its murky portal. Shortly after, 3 identical demons appear together and launch a coordinated attack. Tanjiro counters with the 8th form of water breathing, Waterfall Basin, dodging their strikes while searching for an opening. Amid the fight, Tsukanji's words echo in his memory that only Muzan Kibutsuji, the progenitor of all demons, holds the power to turn a human into a demon or back into a human. As the battle continues, Tanjiro is determined to protect Kazumi and rescue any surviving victims. One of the demon clones taunts him, revealing that the most recently abducted girl is already 16 and will soon become too old to preserve as food. Another clone reveals a collection of hairpins belonging to his past victims, including that of the girl who had been with Kazumi, proving that she was already devoured. Filled with anger and sorrow at the reminder of his own family's tragedy, Tanjiro attacks ferociously and severs one of the clones. The demon escapes to regroup with the others, briefly overpowering Tanjiro. Suddenly, Nezuko bursts out of her box and strikes one of the remaining demons. The demons, confused by a swordsman accompanied by a demon, hesitate as Nezuko gently touches the head of the frightened girl and Kazumi. Tanjiro then recalls Tsukanji's hypnotic conditioning of Nezuko. She was programmed to see all humans as her family and to protect them, and to never forgive any demon that harms them. With Tsukanji's words in mind, Nezuko springs into action to attack the clones, protecting the humans as if they were her own family. After Tanjiro is nearly overwhelmed by the three clones, Nezuko leaps to his defense. Remembering that she must protect all humans, she prepares to fight alongside him. However, Tanjiro calls her back, knowing that he can protect Kazumi and the rescued girl while she focuses on the demons. Trusting Nezuko to hold them off, Tanjiro dives into the dark, swamp-like portal created by one of the demons. Within the swamp, Tanjiro is surrounded by a murky void filled with the discarded clothes of past victims. The demons, feeling at home in their domain, swim toward him with ease and taunt him for entering their territory, though the dense oxygen environment makes it difficult for him to breathe. His training on Mount Sadri allows him to fight under such harsh conditions. The demons attack, but Tanjiro raises his sword and, recognizing the need to fight efficiently, in this unfamiliar environment, unleashes a powerful water-breathing technique. He creates a swirling current with the sixth form, Whirlpool, which traps and slashes two of the demons in a single devastating move. Once they are defeated, he quickly returns to the surface, emerging from the portal back into the real world. Tanjiro arrives just in time to help Nezuko. Before she can strike the last clone, Tanjiro intercepts and severs its arms. Realizing all its comrades have been defeated, the surviving demon attempts to flee. Tanjiro grabs the demon and questions it about Muzan Kibutsuji. Terrified at the mention of Muzan's name, the demon refuses to speak. Enraged by its cowardice and cruelty, especially after it boasts that young girls taste better before they age, Tanjiro silences the demon forever by slicing off its tongue, before delivering a final, decapitating blow, although frustrated that he could not obtain any useful information about Muzan. Tanjiro apologizes to Nezuko for putting her in danger and promises to one day make her human again. Afterwards, he returns to Kazumi, who is devastated by the loss of his fiancée. Tanjiro returns one of her hairpins to him so he will have something to remember her by. Kazumi tearfully accepts it as Tanjiro entrusts him with the safety of the rescued girl and then departs. As Tanjiro walks through the town, he notices the sorrow of other townsfolk who have lost loved ones to demons. Determined to confront Muzan Kibutsuji one day, he meets his Kasugai Crow and receives his next mission to go to the Asakusa district in Tokyo. Surprised that he must leave immediately, he prepares for the journey with Nezuko. Upon reaching Asakusa, Tanjiro is dazzled by the bustling modern cityscape, full of bright lights, trams, and crowds. The unfamiliar noise and flashing lanterns overwhelm him. Seeking a quiet moment, he and Nezuko stop at a small udon stand. Tanjiro eats hastily, but suddenly detects a scent that chills him to the bone, a scent exactly like that of the demon who massacred his family. He drops his bowl, begins breathing heavily, and races toward the scent source. He discovers Muzan Kibutsuji himself, walking calmly through a crowd with a woman and a young girl. Muzan's eyes glint like a predator's, but he feigns ignorance and politely asks if Tanjiro needs assistance. Muzan's wife, unaware of his true nature, also looks at Tanjiro with concern. frozen by the sight of Muzan with his human family. Tanjiro cannot hide his horror, while Tanjiro struggles to react. Muzan discreetly stretches out a hand and slashes the neck of a nearby passerby with a single sharp fingernail, affecting the stranger with his blood. Chaos is about to erupt as Muzan vanishes into the crowd once again. The passerby Muzan wounded begins to feel pain as the cut spreads, and then he rapidly transforms into a demon. The crowd around him panics as the newly created demon bites his wife on the shoulder. Tanjiro quickly intervenes, throwing his Haori over the transformed man's face to restrain him. He urges the woman to tend to her wounds and calls for others to help her, all while trying to hold the feral demon back. Meanwhile, Muzan calmly slips away into the crowd with his human wife and daughter as Tanjiro shouts after him, vowing that he will not let him escape. Police officers arrive and attempt to separate Tanjiro from the raging demon. But before they can do anything, a strange illusion suddenly appears to confuse them. Amid this distraction, a woman and her assistant emerge to help Tanjiro. The woman quickly subdues the demon, and Tanjiro realizes that she, too, is a demon, one who is also a doctor and an enemy of Muzan. Elsewhere, Muzan sends his wife and child home in a carriage and walks alone through an alley, where a drunken man bumps into him and insults him. Angered by the encounter, Muzan strikes the man and sends him flying into a wall, killing him instantly. When the dead man's brother tries to fight back, Muzan knocks him aside as well, and Muzan confronts the frightened woman who was with them, and after commenting on his appearance, slashes her forehead with his claw. She begins transforming into a monstrous demon, but her body cannot endure the process. She disintegrates into ash.muzan. Then summons two of his followers and commands them to hunt down the boy with the Hanafuda earrings, Tanjiro, and bring him his head. Meanwhile, Tanjiro returns to the udon shop, where the vendor scolds him for abandoning his meal, but still offers him a new bowl. Tanjiro eats and then reunites with Nezuko. Soon after, they are guided by a young boy, the assistant of the mysterious demon doctor, who tells them to follow him. Tanjiro says that his sense of smell could easily have led him there, but the boy replies that they're hidden behind a cloaking spell that Tanjiro cannot detect. As they walk, the boy remarks that Nezuko is an eyesore, implying her appearance is unremarkable. Tanjiro, angered by this, defends her, saying that she was considered the most beautiful girl in their hometown. Eventually, the boy guides them to a dead end and tells Tanjiro to walk through the wall. Tanjiro hesitates before breaking through the illusory barrier with Nezuko at his side, revealing a concealed house. Inside, they find the woman, the demon doctor named Tamayo, treating the injured wife of the newly created demon in a hospital bed. Tamayo apologizes for the incident and explains that the transformed man is being held in the basement. She then introduces herself and her apprentice, Yushiro. Tamayo explains that, despite being a demon, she is able to live among humans because she has drastically altered her body to require only small amounts of human blood for sustenance. Furthermore, she reveals that she is the one who created Yushiro into a demon. Surprised by this, Tanjiro asks Tamayo about her age, and Yushiro, insulted by the question, punches him in the stomach. Tamayo, however, calmly diffuses the situation and tells Tanjiro that she only turns people into demons if they are mortally ill or suffering serious injuries, and only after they give their consent. After agreeing to help, the protagonist asks Tamayo if it is possible to reverse the transformation of a demon back into a human. Meanwhile, two demons who serve Muzan track the protagonist's path. One of them follows the trail using enchanted eyes embedded in his palms. The other plays with a ball known as a tamari. Tamayo tasks the protagonist with collecting blood, samples from Nezuko, and from demons closely tied to Muzan in order to create a cure. She warns him that this will be a difficult mission due to Nezuko's rarity and the strength of Muzan's elite demons. Despite the challenge, the protagonist agrees, and Tamayo is pleased by his determination. Before they can plan further, several Tamari crash into Tamayo's house, forcing everyone to take cover as the two enemy demons appear. The female demon, Susamoru, calls out to her partner YAIBA, who points out that someone must have hidden the house with a powerful illusion. YAIBA notes the presence of other demons inside, which excites him, though he scolds Susumaru for her childish behavior. And the dust created by her reckless attack. Susumaru continues her assault by hurling more Tamari at the house with incredible speed. One of the balls flies toward Tamayo, but Yushiro throws himself in front of her and is decapitated in the process. The protagonist quickly tells Nezuko to take Tamayo to safety so he can face Susumaru alone. Susumaru throws another Tamari, which the protagonist manages to dodge using water-breathing techniques. However, the ball's strange, unpredictable movements confuse him, making it difficult to counterattack. Susumaru then reveals her true power, shedding her kimono to fight more freely. She declares that she is one of the 12 Kizuki Muzans, elite demons. She grows 2 additional pairs of arms and conjures 6 Tamari at once, hurling them at the house. The protagonist and the others struggle to avoid the attack, and one of the Tamari slices into Yushiro's face again, while Tamayo prepares to intervene with her spell. She realizes that the protagonist and Yushiro are both injured and that Susumaru's Tamari are too fast. Yushiro hands the protagonist a talisman that allows him to see the invisible arrows that guide the Tamari, greatly improving his reaction time. Nezuko returns to help fight Susumaru, while the protagonist faces YAIBA. Nezuko, driven by memories of her family, fights fiercely against YAIBA, but is thrown into the air. The protagonist catches her to cushion her fall, just as Susumaru throws more Tamari at her. Nezuko successfully dodges this time, and Yushiro uses the opportunity to make himself invisible and strike Susumaru, knocking her to her knees. YAIBA finally realizes that Tamayo is a fugitive who once belonged to Muzan's circle and agrees that she must also be taken. Susumaru then throws another Tamari at Nezuko, breaking her right foot and hurling her into a wall. Tamayo rushes to tend to Nezuko's injury, reminded of her own mother by the girl's strength and resolve. Meanwhile, the protagonist battles YAIBA. The arrows YAIBA uses twist and change directions mid-flight, making them difficult to read. Despite this, the protagonist tries to find the thread of opening that reveals his opponent's weakness. YAIBA's arrows catch him off guard multiple times, throwing him back and pinning him to walls and the ground. In a decisive move, the protagonist escapes YAIBA's arrows by leaping into the trees. Regaining his sword, he executes a plan to use his water-breathing techniques to counter YAIBA's power. First, he uses the 6th form to catch YAIBA's arrows, and then the 3rd form to close the distance. Finally, combining his stances into a new flowing attack, the sinuous whirlpool of currents, he strikes YAIBA with an improved horizontal water wheel, decapitating him. YAIBA curses the protagonist as he fades into dust, furious at his defeat. Despite his injuries and exhaustion, the protagonist stands victorious. The protagonist, wounded and exhausted, bites his sword and crawls toward his allies to face Susumaru. Meanwhile, Susumaru hurls her Tamari balls and Nezuko intercepts them with incredible speed and strength. Tamayo observes that Nezuko's strength has grown, despite never having consumed human blood. Even so, Tamayo knows that if Susumaru unleashes her true power, Nezuko will be overpowered. As Susumaru prepares to strike again, Tamayo steps in and distracts her with conversation. Taking this chance, Tamayo activates her demonic blood technique, weakening Susumaru until her body begins to deform and destroy itself. The protagonist, Tamayo, and Yushiro can only watch in horror as Susumaru's monstrous arms tear her apart. Tamayo then explains that Susumaru isn't one of the 12 Kizukis. She lacks the engraved number in her eye that Muzan's true elites bear. Once the fight is over, Tamayo collects Susumaru's blood before turning her attention to Nezuko. After Tamayo treats her injuries and Nezuko awakens, she affectionately embraces Tamayo and Yushiro. The protagonist realizes that Nezuko sees all humans and kind demons alike as her family. Tamayo is moved to tears by this heartfelt gesture. Before parting, Tamayo and Yushiro decide to live in secret, avoiding Muzan's influence and concealing their identities. The protagonist knows that Nezuko would be safer if she stayed behind, but ultimately allows her to travel with him. As they leave, Yushiro shyly admits that he finds Nezuko beautiful, which makes the protagonist smile. Soon after, protagonist receives a message from his crow, directing him to a new mission in the southwest. On his way, he stumbles upon Zenitsu, a blonde-haired demon slayer who is harassing a woman to marry him. The protagonist recognizes Zenitsu as one of the few survivors of the final selection. The woman scolds Zenitsu and reveals she already has a fiancé. Zenitsu sheepishly explains that he only became a demon slayer because a woman tricked him into debt, as they continue toward their next assignment. The protagonist hands Zenitsu an onigiri to calm him. Zenitsu is then frightened when his messenger Sparrow speaks to him, surprising him further. Moments later, they come across two frightened children who explain that a monster in a nearby mansion abducted their older brother. Suddenly, a bloodied man crashes through the window and collapses as eerie drum beats echo inside. Seeing this, the protagonist steals his resolve and prepares to enter the house. Zenitsu flatly refuses, but after the protagonist glares at him with a stern face, he reluctantly agrees. They leave Nezuko with the children and enter the mansion together. Once inside, the mansion's eerie rhythm of drums rearranges the rooms at random, separating them. The protagonist ends up in a spacious room where he finds Teruko, one of the children. She's crying, so he reassures her that she's safe with him and promises that Zenitsu will protect her brother. Soon after, they sense a huge demon approaching, and the frightened Zenitsu begins to panic at the terrifying reality of their mission. Zenitsu tries to escape the mansion, but every door leads him to a different room. Finally, he runs into a masked figure, which terrifies him even more. Meanwhile, the protagonist faces off against the huge drum demon in a large chamber and calmly asks Teruko to stay quiet. The demon grows angry as it rages about his ruined house and lost prey. Upon hearing this, the protagonist draws his sword, prepared to fight. But with every strike of its drum, the demon changes the room's orientation, spinning the walls and ceilings. In the middle of this chaos, the protagonist catches a new, unfamiliar scent. Someone else is nearby. Suddenly, a boar-masked warrior, armed with two jagged Nikiran swords, appears and declares that he'll kill the demon to grow stronger. This is Inosuke. Without hesitation, Inosuke attacks, but the demon avoids him easily by spinning the room. Teruko is sent tumbling onto the ceiling as the rooms shift once more. The protagonist warns her to hang on, but Inosuke continues his reckless assault, enraging the demon further. When Teruko is hurt, the protagonist grows furious at Inosuke's recklessness and throws him aside. But Inosuke instantly retaliates. The demon keeps slamming his drums, flipping the rooms wildly as the two warriors fight. Amid this chaos, the protagonist begins sensing other blood scents throughout the mansion. Multiple demons have been feasting there. Following these scents, he discovers the children's brother, Kiyoshi, hiding in a hallway, clutching a strange object that allows him to control the rooms. Elsewhere, Zenitsu and Shoichi navigate dark hallways in fear. Shoichi tries to speak to him, but Zenitsu panics and snaps. Suddenly, they come face to face with a long-tongued demon. Terrified, they flee as it chases them, slipping into a room just in time. The demon stretches its tongue through the door after them, but Zenitsu musters a moment of courage, slices the tongue clean off, and collapses in fear again as they flee deeper into the mansion. A horned demon confronts Inosuke in another part of the house, enraged at being chased earlier by the drum beats. Inosuke takes a beast-breeding stance and slashes through its arms with a savage decapitation strike. Elsewhere, Kyugai, the drum demon, rages to himself about his desire to devour someone with special blood to regain his place among the 12 Kazuki. Flashback reveals that Kyugai once held the 6th seat, but was stripped of his title after becoming too weak. The protagonist finally reunites Teruko with her brother Kiyoshi and treats Kiyoshi's wounds as best he can. Kiyoshi explains that Kyugai wanted to eat him because his rare blood is especially powerful to demons. Determined to protect them both, the protagonist steels himself for a rematch against Kogai despite his injuries. Meanwhile, Zenitsu and Shoichi struggle to find a way out of the maze-like house, but end up trapped in endless loops of hallways and rooms. Finally, they tumble out of a window into the safety of the outside world, back in Kyugai's chamber. The furious demon begins playing his drums faster and harder, spinning the room faster than ever before. Kyogai flashes back to the moment in his human life when a musician insulted his poetry, an event that fueled his descent into becoming a demon. Despite Kyogai's rapid, dizzying rotations of the room, the protagonist calms his breath, anticipating the pattern of each drum strike, preparing to face Kyogi's most ferocious attack, and discovers a weakness in Kyogai's technique, and thanks to this he manages to create a strategy and finally defeats Kyogai with his water-breathing technique called chaotic splashing. However, when he breathes deeply after the victory, the protagonist gets hurt, and then he takes a blood sample from Kyogai and gives it to Tamalo's cat. Followed by this, the protagonist also remembers that he still has to find Kiyoshi and Tiruko, and when he finds them, the three of them leave the mansion and find Inosuke and Aitsu, fighting since apparently the boy with the boar mask wants to eliminate the demon inside the box. But since he knew how much that meant to the protagonist, he decided to protect the box at all costs, and as you can imagine, he received a few good blows from Inosuke. Shortly after, when the protagonist sees that, he immediately rushes to defend his partner and his sister Nezuko, which is inside that box. And despite the protagonist trying to stop the fight, the masked man decides to fight him barehanded. The protagonist has a hard time hitting the stranger, who stops with a low beast-like stance and demonstrates his extraordinary flexibility. And after the protagonist headbutts him to calm him down, the masked man's mask falls off, revealing himself to be a boy named Inosuke Hashibira. Inosuke faints after the protagonist asks him how to spell his name, and later the protagonist and the others bury the dead of the mansion while Inosuke remains busy headbutting the trees around them. And then the crow Kage of the protagonist appears and tells them to follow him, and when they leave, Zenitsu clings to him, protecting himself, believing that Shichi had defeated the tongue demon. Then the protagonist and the crow give the children a small bag of wisteria to protect themselves from the demons, and the children, they say goodbye to them as they continue on their way while traveling, and Inosuke challenges our protagonist and they argue, but Zenitsu scolds them, and then the trio arrives at a house with the Wisteria family. Crest on the door, and they rest inside too, cover from their injuries, and after discovering that the protagonist's younger sister is the demon in the box, Zenitsu gets angry and tells her not to join the group of demon aces for fun, and after this, he is attracted to Nezuko's beauty and chases her, but the protagonist stops him, and Inosuke hears it outside while the house caretaker Isa gives them clean clothes and offers them tempura for dinner, and when a doctor declares them cured, the protagonists Crow Kusagi tells them to go to Mount Natagumo, and before leaving, Ayase wishes them good luck and to live their lives with pride. Upon arriving at Mount Natagumo, Zenitsu gets scared and refuses to enter, but the protagonist and Inosuke follow the scent of the demon and quickly find an injured hunter who is kidnapped by white spiders and spider demons, followed by this Inosuke and the proto-find. The forest covered in cobwebs, and thanks Inosuke for accompanying him, and soon they met up with other comrades who were very nervous, and the proto told them that they were there as reinforcements. It is then that one of the hunters of the place complains, since he believes that they should have sent a higher-ranking hunter in his place. And after this, demons informed them that they had received orders to head to the mountain, and that they had been attacked by their comrades, who suddenly started killing each other. And in another place, the Crow Kuga reported a man of the massacre, and decided to send some strong hunters to the mountain to stop it. It is then that we meet Shinobu, who asked Yigu if it was possible for demons and humans to get along. But Jigu replied that it was impossible as long as demons ate humans, and meanwhile, Zenitsu sat alone on the road and wondered if the Proto and Inosuke hated him, and in that, his bird tried to cheer him up, but Zenitsu was upset and criticized him for being as cute as Nezuko. Then he remembered that the protagonist had taken to the aforementioned mountain, so he decided to join them. And to all of this, the protagonist and the others came across more dead demon slayers walking towards them. And as you might guess, Inosuke didn't understand the taboo of harming them, and the protagonist realized that something was manipulating them. And after saving the last of his surviving comrades, they realized that they were being controlled by the threads. Quickly, Inosuke cut them and freed them from the control, and while they Researching for the source, they smelled the demonic smell again. Then the protagonist looks down his arm and sees all the white spiders that are being manipulated by something in the distance, and he cuts the threads to free himself and sees the spiders escaping, but realizes that they are the ones joining the threads. And when he looks up, he sees the demon slayers that are under control again, and a white demon is responsible for this. She wants to find them and calls them to her wishing. They would lose their limbs. The protagonist declares that cutting the strings will be pointless if they are reattached anyway, and meanwhile, the scent of the demon appears again, and the protagonist jumps away from the spiders. Meanwhile, Inosuke begins to stab himself with his sword, but the protagonist believes that it will be of no use, since they are too small and numerous to kill them all at once, since he believes they should kill the demon that controls them. He asks Inosuke if he can identify the location that creature is having hidden, but the demon asses defend him and continue attacking quickly. He realizes that with the smell of demons constantly appearing, his sense of smell is not useful, and then he and the only surviving hunter Murata continues to fight against the attackers until suddenly they see something. It is a pale demon high up in the trees, stepping on a spider web of threads, and then that creature threatens them and tells them to stay away from the peaceful life of his family. Followed by this, Inosuke tries to attack the demon, but it is too far away, and the proto believes that the beast may not be responsible, and Inosuke searches for the demon with his beast breathing technique, finally finds it sitting on top of a rock in the distance to his left. At that moment, the pale demon declares that it will not let anyone get in its way and draws spider web in its hands, and after using its ability to scan the forest, Inosuke detects the presence of a demon in the distance, and then after informing the protagonist, they are attacked by the controlled demon slayers, although the protagonist tries to stop them without killing them. Meanwhile, Zenitsu searches for Nezuko in the forest and quickly feels exhausted from running so much. And during their journey to Mount Natagumo, Inosuke and the protagonist argued due to the impulsive behavior of the boy with the boar mask in wanting to fight Murata, who helped them fight the demon slayers who were being controlled by the enemy, and then they managed to meet a female demon who is behind everything. The protagonist distracts her in order to entangle her threads and stop her. However, the situation becomes even more dangerous when more brainwashed hunters appear, including a girl who has killed their entire troop and is being controlled by the thugs. And as the battle continues, the protagonist and Inosuke struggle to find a way to have their comrades unconscious without killing them. And at the same time, Inosuke gets excited seeing the movements of the mother doll and wants to imitate them, and in that, calls another demon slayer to chase after them and throw him into the branches. But the doll mother can't control the tangled threads, making her think that hunters are very useless, and decides to switch to another doll. And soon after, Inosuke and the protagonist approach a single demon slayer to bury his threads in the trees. Inosuke had been making him a target to defeat the protagonist, seeing that he can deactivate his dolls, and the doll mother curses them all as useless and snaps the dolls. Next, much to the protagonist's horror, followed by Inosuke cursing the fact that they all died despite his efforts. But the protagonist approaches the body of the nearest demon slayer and silently releases his anger on him by jumping at Inosuke, and then the protagonist tells him that they should continue, and Inosuke silently agrees. They continue on their way through the forest with Inosuke leading us in the right direction, and our protagonist discovering that his sense of smell is returning, and in that, he detects two demonic scents and feels something in the distance. Quickly, Inosuke runs forward to decapitate the threat, but realizes too late that it is a giant headless demon doll controlled by threads and armed with blades as arms. And after the above, the protagonist of Inosuke dodges the doll's attacks and discovers that they do not have the usual hit point. It is then that suggests that they cut it diagonally from head to waist, with a monk who'd cut. Then Inosuke impatiently attacks and receives minor cuts on his body, but considering that the doll is fast but still manageable to attack, does not notice the spiders on him and is restricted in numerous threads. Inosuke is almost cut in half, but the protagonist saves him by stopping the blow, and now he is freed by the threads. Inosuke gets dizzy. Seeing that someone is controlling him after this, the proto and Inosuke work together. As they prepare to face the doll once more, and he tells Inosuke to jump out of the boxed-in Nezuko as he climbs on top of it and cuts off the doll's arms. Then the Proto uses one of his water techniques to cut off his rival's legs, and as they descend, the Proto congratulates Inosuke for his skill against the enemy. However, instead of accepting praise, Inosuke runs towards the Proto and throws him into the air, and in that Inosuke detects the scent of a demon and realizes that this is what he had been feeling before. The demonic mother freaks out when she realizes that even her most powerful doll has been defeated and the Proto kills her using one of the water stances. After all of the above, the mother realizes that with death she can free herself and find peace, and in that, the Proto gives her a peaceful death with a kindness created just for that. And finally, the woman informs our protagonist that a member of the 12 demonic moons is on the mountain and advises him to be careful. Shortly after, on Mount Natagumo, the protagonist realizes that he needs more Muzan blood to cure Nezuko, especially now that there is a new member of the 12 demonic moons in the area, and after thinking about the above, he runs to Inosuke, who asks him if he has defeated the mother demon, to which the protagonist responds that he has. The protagonist tries to cure him, but Inosuke ignores him and states that he can beat him at anything, and meanwhile Zenitsu feels lost and meets a spider with a human head, who tells him that he is poisoned and will soon turn into a spider. Zenitsu runs away and is chased by transformed spiders while he regrets not having friends or a girlfriend, and in bet, he remembers his training with his teacher. In this way, we learn how Sunito met his trainer and how his life changed forever. And apparently at this time, he was in a bad financial situation due to a girl who had tricked him into raising money, and therefore was plagued by debt. And even though he wanted to become a demon slayer, he wasn't sure he could do it, and saw himself as weak-willed and cowardly. He had even been training in secret, without sleeping, but still, he didn't see any progress, as he lamented over his inability to do anything. A storm was approaching. His trainer tries to calm him down, however. A lightning bolt strikes him, causing his hair to turn yellow, and after this, Zenitsu reflects on his life and realizes that he will always do everything in his power. But then the spider demon appears and Zenitsu faints from fear upon waking up. He prepares to fight the spider demon and remembers his training, where his trainer beats him up to improve his technique. Zenitsu now realizes that he can only do the first stance of the lightning breathing, but his trainer explained to him that this is a good thing and that he can perfect it to make him invincible as he fights the spider demon. He realizes that he is acting differently and is more confident. However, the demon attacks him with poison and forces him to back down, but Zenitsu doesn't give up and continues fighting with determination, and as time passes, the spider demon mocks Zenitsu because he can only use one stance, but when his hand starts to shake, Zenitsu remembers the words of his trainer, who told him that it's okay to cry and run, but to never give up, and that he must believe in himself. And his trainer motivated him to perfect his technique. And returning to the fight, Zenitsu skillfully dodges the spider's poisonous spit and finds himself surrounded by them. Moments in which he remembers how a training partner had despised him for being a coward and as an orphan. He had no one to give him hope for the future except his trainer. He helped him and encouraged him to keep going, even when people looked down on him. And after this, Zenitsu vomits blood due to the spider's venom and backs away to protect himself, but then uses a special technique and successfully attacks them, and with great skill, he follows the spider demon to his home and decapitates it with a unique technique, leaving the demon surprised and angry before disintegrating. Then Zenitsu crashes on top of the suspended house and falls in pain from the poison, and despite his pain, he reflects on his dream and how he's improved now. He feels more powerful and wants to help those in need like his trainer taught him. However, the poison makes him think that his dream is dead, and after this, his bird Shantaro lands next to Zenitsu and cries. It is then that he takes the opportunity and ends up apologizing to the sparrow and remembers the words of his trainer and uses his breathing to reduce the circulation of the poison. And meanwhile, the Proto hears a lightning bolt in the distance that turns out to be an attack from Zenitsu. For his part, Inosuke does not wonder about the noise, and the Proto asks if Zenitsu's coming down the mountain, and suddenly, They see a pale demon on the other side of the river, and the proto realizes that he can't sense its presence due to the smell of the demon all over the place. And then Inosuke chases the monster, but the creature calls an ally who he calls father, and in this way, a huge spider-shaped demon appears. The demonic father becomes enraged and demands that they stay away from his family, and after this, the beast that Inosuke was chasing while the father prepares to attack all this, the proto uses the water wheel technique but barely manages to cut off the arm of the demon father, and then, when Shinobu and Ji arrive at Mount Natagamo, they find many corpses of Demon Ace, and they wonder if he knew any of them, but as Gilu remains silent, she believes that there are no survivors, and after this, Shinobu mentions that several low-ranking hunters joined the battle. But they must have also died while moving through the forest. Shinobu tries to start a conversation about the Moon Alina, but Ju shows no interest, and when Shinobu notices this, he suggests that they should at least get along since they are together on the mission, but Gigu coldly responds that he was only there for demons, and despite that, Shinobu mocks him for his cruel attitude and accepts his answer, and they decide to separate to explore more terrain. She goes west to investigate while he continues ahead, and to all this, the father of the demonic spiders comes out of the forest to put the intruders, and, with this in mind, hits Inosuke with the intention of eliminating him, although quickly the protagonist intervenes, using one of his water-breathing abilities, and with that, manages to cut off the demon's forearm. However, the beast's arm is too hard, and the protagonist is trapped, and in that the demon tries to hit our protagonist with his other arm, but Inosuke cuts it to avoid the attack, and after this the demon throws them at the same time, leaving the protagonist on a rock and trying to attack him again. To all this, Yosuke tries to stab the demon from behind, but is hit hard and injured, and later the proto runs along the river and uses water-breathing second form, which would be the improved horizontal water wheel, to cut a nearby tree and make it fall on the demon, and as expected, Koka is amazed by the proto's abilities. The proto takes the opportunity to try to cut the demon's neck with the final and most powerful form, but the beast blocks his sword, using the fallen tree, and in that the proto is trapped in the trunk, and the demon throws him away, and Inosuke stays to fight the monster. While the proto warns that the father is one of the two demonic moons, and asks him not to die until he returns, and at the same time in the suspended how Zenitsu struggles to breathe while trying to stop the poison. As he loses strength, he remembers the words of his trainer about not giving up, and suddenly Shinobu appears by his side and asks him how he is. Then he is thrown far into the forest, and the proto uses his water techniques to reduce his momentum and land without being seriously injured, but crashes into a tree, and while they recover, he hears a scream of pain and approaches the voice that begs them to stop like that. He finds a bloody girl with her face cut by the wall in the hands of Rui, who threatens him to interfere. And after this, Rui claims that his bond with his daughter is stronger than just being an ally, since in his eyes they are family. The protagonist argues that all bonds are equally valuable, and that the smell of trust can be felt between those with a strong bond. And when Rui hears this, he becomes enraged, and then another demon slayer appears, who sees Rui as easy prey to improve his rank, but Rui instantly kills him, and as expected, the protagonist realizes that the guy is very dangerous, so he apologizes to his companions Inosuke and promises to help him after fighting Rui at the same time. Inosuke is discovered by the father demon and narrowly escapes as he tries to think of a plan to survive until the protagonist returns, but realizes that he is not being himself by retreating, and decides to attack the father demon, successfully cutting off his forearm. And meanwhile, our protagonist fights Rui, who threatens to slowly torture him if he does not retract his words, but the protagonist determinedly refuses, and as he runs through the forest, and Jigu surprises everyone by protecting Nezuko, defying the rules of the group of demons. Meanwhile, the proto continues descending Mount Natagumo, when suddenly a girl descends on him and lands on his back, making him fall and lose sight of his sister, and after this he sees Nezuko, but also notices that another demon has disappeared, and before that, Huntress can decapitate Nezuko. The proto grabs the girl's cloak and makes her lose her balance, and after this he tells Nezuko to run, but The demon slayer knocks him unconscious, then the Proto's sister tries to escape. But Kanao chases her, suddenly failing in her cuts, while Nezuko evades it. And in the middle of this, the huntress notices that the demon is not attacking her and gets confused but decides not to think about it, since her only task is to eliminate that creature. And after this, Shinobu he tries to talk to Gigu and questions his intentions in letting his attack on the demon fail in the middle of their discussion. Kasugai's chorus interrupts with an important message, and that's how they learn that they must capture the protagonist Nezuko. After that, they describe the appearance of both, and another crow asks about Nezuko's identity, and quickly, Gigu and Shinobu put away their swords and leave Monten Natagumo, while the other lower-ranking hunters find the protagonist. Thanks to the crow's description, and in another place, a group of hunters find Inosuke tied to a tree, but at first they doubt his identity because of his boar mask and finally realize that he is a demon slayer and catch him to take him somewhere else. Meanwhile, Zenitsu recovers with Shuntaro by his side and joins other demon slayers who have received medical attention, in that he praises his comrades for speed and efficiency and suddenly recognizes Kanao as a survivor of the final selection. And after this, the girl asks her companions to take the wounded to the butterfly Manon while it goes out to hunt demons in the forest to protect them. And then at dawn, they all leave the forest with the protagonist asleep on the back of a hunter. Later, he wakes up in a stone garden, surrounded by swordsmen, and a person informs him that he is in front of the pillars, and suddenly, he is startled to see several swordsmen who judge him for traveling with a demon. And despite the fact that some hunters are hesitant about killing our protagonist, others were determined to do it. Meanwhile, he looks for his friends but doesn't find them, and then Shinobu wants to know why the protagonist is traveling with a demon, and although the protagonist tries to explain it, he finds it difficult to speak due to his injuries, and Shinobu gives him medical water to help him after this. He tells his story to the elite hunters, explaining that his younger sister was transformed into a demon after her family was attacked by one, and despite this, Nezuko has never attacked anyone, and the protagonist became the Espada Shin to find a cure for her. And after hearing this story, the pillars are not convinced, and so they want to see the determination of the protagonist, and that is why Nimi, one of the strongest pillars, insults the protagonist and stabs the box containing Nezuko. Wounding her in the shoulder, the protagonist gets up angrily to protect his sister, which leads to a confrontation with that elite warrior, and before they can fight, Jaegu announces that Master Kagaya is arriving, and Sanemi loses concentration seconds. Later, the master arrives and reveals that he has made a decision about the situation of the protagonist, Nezuko, and asks them to accept them, and later in a meeting of the highest ranking hunters, they are also known as the Pillars, and we see that they are arguing about the master's decision, and as is common, they are very scattered. Followed by this, Kalega asks his assistant to read a letter from Tsukanji that he sent him recently, in which he requests that our protagonist be with Nezuko, since she has not devoured anyone in 2 South years, adding that if she does something similar, both the protagonist and Jigu will take their lives as compensation. It is then that the pillars that were against it doubt, but the master adds that the protagonist has met Muzan, and that he has sent demons after him. He also mentions that Nezuko is a special case that even intrigues Muzan himself. However, Sanemi does not agree with allowing a demon to live with them, especially after the terrible consequences and deaths that these creatures have caused to the hunters. And after this, Sanemi takes out his sword and cuts his forearm to the true nature of a demon to the master, then lets his blood fall on Nezuko's box, which causes the demon to moan, and in that the protagonist calls his sister to calm her down, but Bane interrupts him and holds him down. And after this, Sanemi, she stabs him a 3rd time and opens the box. It is then that Nezuko comes out and stares at Sanemi, salivating after smelling his blood. At that moment, he invites her to attack him, waving the smell of her blood in his face, while the rest of the pillars watch, and Shinobu notices that Obane is pressing his elbow hard on the protagonist's back and asks him to calm down. Followed by this, she warns our protagonist not to use breathing techniques while his lungs are being pressured, or his veins might burst, and while Nezuko struggles to stay calm, he forces himself to breathe and successfully breaks his bonds, surprising Shinobu and Obane, and while he runs to his sister, Jigu grabs Obane to prevent her from interfering, knowing that she cannot physically stop. Nezuko, the protagonist, calls out to his sister, and after the above, Nezuko has a vision and finds herself back in the snowy forest where she became a demon with her and the protagonist at Jig's mercy. Then she hears the protagonist's plea that she is different from other demons, and in that memories of his family appear, and suddenly he hears Tsukanji's message where he remembers that he must protect humans from everyone. Nezuko moves away from Sanemi's blood and resists the temptation, and since the master is blind, he asks what happened, to which his assistant informs him that Nezuko has rejected the blood. After this, the master speaks to the proto and informs him that there will be those who still do not accept Nezuko, and asks him to show him that he and she can fight as hunters, and when things calm down, he tells the master that he will defeats Muzan, although the master implores him to start first with one of the 12 demonic moons, followed by this Kaga explained that the pillars are incredibly skilled, and that they have gone through hellish training to defeat the 12 moons. And then Shinobu offered to take our proto and Nezuko to her house, and then when they arrived at the butterfly mansion, they saw that Kano, which is very strong since she is a pupil of one of the pillars, and in that, a hunter tried to talk to her but received no response. It is then that a young girl named Ayu appears and tells them to put the injured in the room, and after this, she guides them through the butterfly mansion, and finally Zetsu discovered that he had to take Ento's medicine with a terrible taste to heal, and that is why he complained, and for his part, the proto was relieved to be his friend again, while Inosuke, who is lying in bed next to him, has lost his voice and is now calm and gentle due to depression. And during the UHS meeting at the headquarters, the master and the pillars discuss the threat of the demons, and that is why Sanemi comments that most demons are useless. It is then that Tengen makes a joke and tells him that boy who managed to beat him easily, alluding to the protagonist, and when Sanemi remembers it, Ayer gets angry, and then Shinobu points out that it will be difficult to unify a growing number of people, and for his part, the Yomai pillar states that only those who have lost their loved ones due to demons or have that determination can join the group, and then Kaga says that he trusts the pillars and that he considers them the strongest in the feudal area, and after saying that he tells them as children and calls them by their names, and after this he wishes them good luck in their missions, and in the end, Kaga swears to defeat Muzan, trusting that the pillars will successfully take him down after this. Rengoku met Shinobu while preparing for a mission, and she told him about a dangerous demon that many hunters had tried to defeat without success. Rengoku suspects that it could be one of the 12 moons, or even the crescent moon, and despite the difficulty of the mission, Shinobu trusts in Rengoku's abilities and asks what he will do with the protagonist. Followed by this, he jokes saying that he will not devour him, and they both laugh. And meanwhile in the butterfly mansion, Zenitsu complains about his medication and forces Hoi to take it, and at that moment Murat appears and joins the conversation. It is at that moment that he mentions the meeting he had with the pillars and how he fears the members of that group. And almost at the same time, Shinobu appears behind him and greets him, and as you can imagine, Murata poops himself and quickly says goodbye and then leaves the room. Followed by that, Shinobu asks the protagonist about his recovery, and he replies that he feels much better, and she takes the opportunity to include him in her rehabilitation training. Alongside Inosuke 2 weeks later, Tsunitsu has already recovered and sits alone in his room waiting for his friends to finish their training. In this, he comments on Shinobu's voice that sounds a little scary, and remembers how she looked like a goddess when she arrived at Mount Natagumo, and after this Tsunitsu also talks about the pretty appearance from the insect pillar. Suddenly his friends enter the room exhausted and dejected, which scares Zetsu because he knows he will join them the next day, and the next day, Tsunitsu joins his friends in their rehabilitation training, and later in a large room to a girl named Tadei. Zenitsu explains the 3 tests they will have to complete to help them rehabilitate, and the first test is the stretching, which is performed by 3 helpers and is demonstrated by Inosuke, who cries from the intensity of the process, and the second test is a game of reflexes in which Kanao shows her ability to unblock the medicated water glasses thrown by our protagonist, and the third and final test is a game of tag involving and Kanao. After the training, Sanatsu demands his friends apologize to him and Bo, since he thinks they look haggard after playing with the girls, and at that, Inosuke gets angry and criticizes Sanatsu because what he says does not make sense. Meanwhile, the girls hear the entire discussion from their rooms, and they are baffled, and back at the training place, Zenitsu excitedly asks for it to be prepared and relaxes, while the Proto and Inosuke watch him in surprise during the reflex test with Aoi. Zenitsu reaches for her cup first, but decides not to splash it to show a polite personality, and as expected, she gets a little annoyed by that, and already in the full confrontation, Zenitsu uses his superior speed to catch her, but ends up getting hit in the face. However, he is satisfied to have caught her. And this success motivates Inosuke to try as well, and quickly defeats Aoi in the reflex test and grabs her by the legs in the full training, and despite the fact that they managed to overcome today, they constantly lose against Kanao in the following days of training. Kanao continues to beat the trio without them being able to even challenge her, which leads Zenitsu and Inosuke to stop attending the sessions, and after one session, the protagonist reflects on why Kanao is so fast and notices that she has a similar smell to one of the pillars while drying her wet hair. One of the attendees asks her if she keeps the total concentration breathing all day, and tells her that she should do it even in her sleep, which surprises our protagonist. Although he finds it easy to use the technique for an extended time, the girls encourage him to keep practicing the next day. Inosuke and Zenitsu still refuse to join the training, and the protagonist tries to use total concentration breathing for longer periods of time but quickly collapses due to physical exhaustion. However, he continues trying with help from the three girls, who watch him, and later during the scene, the girls show a set of pumpkins that Kanao blew up, and as expected, he is surprised to learn this, and the next day the protagonist tells Aoi that his friends will not be training again, although he apologizes. Aoi tells him not to worry, and all day long he trains tirelessly using the obstacles in the mansion as a training ground. After 15 days, his endurance has improved considerably, and on the roof of the mansion, he focuses on breathing and meditates to help his concentration, just as Tsukanji had advised him, and meanwhile Shinobu appears and suddenly congratulates him on his hard work. The protagonist blushes at the sight of her, and she questioned him if he feels lonely being the only one who practices, to which he replies that he doesn't, because he wants to learn to be able to help his friends after this. Shinobu tells him about her older sister, who used to be compassionate with demons, but she herself can't feel the same without. However, Shinu asks our protagonist to always protect Nezuko with move. The protagonist is motivated to continue working hard, and after this he remembers his promise to turn Nezuko back into a human and moves forward. And after the above, the protagonist wants to maintain his total concentration all the time, so he asks for help from his friends, now Kyo and Sumi, and then gives them some cleaning supplies and tells them to hit him if he stops breathing in his sleep. The girls agree and hit him. When he starts snoring the next morning today, she is upset that only the main character trains, but he keeps trying to maintain full concentration and gets used to it eventually. He manages to do it for longer due to his improved stamina and surprises Kanao in a hand-to-hand training exercise. Although he fails to grab her hand, he is happy that he can now challenge her incessantly. Chido and Yonosuke refuse to train, and she refuses to get involved. Then the main character successfully opens the small gourd with his breath and celebrates with the girls. At that, Zenitsu is shocked to see his friend's improvement. Because of this, they both get motivated and try to man-gan full concentration, but collapse from physical exhaustion after the above. The main character explains the process of strengthening their lungs in a simple way, but it still confuses Zetsu and Inosuke. Then while Zenitsu and Inosuke do the exercises that the main character taught them, Shinu appears behind them and encourages them in a peculiar, on one hand jokingly mocks Inosuke for not being able to do full concentration, and then takes Zenitsu's hand and encourages him by telling him that she is his biggest fan, which fills him with joy. Meanwhile, Kana watches from the side, and Shinobu encourages her to train with them, but she bows to her and walks away in another place. Kanao watches the protagonist and Inosuke train while remembering her sad past as a girl who was sold into slavery finally decides not to join them in practice and walks away. While staring at a coin later, we learn that Shinobu and her older sister, Kana, rescued her and gave her a new life in the Butterfly Mansion, but Shinobu gets frustrated by Kano's inability to make decisions, and for her part, Kana encourages her through a more caring approach. Basically gives her a coin so she can choose what to do without thinking so much, since apparently Kana lost emotional faculties after much suffering, which led her to not being able to make decisions soon. The protagonist receives the message from his messenger bird, and in this way he finds out of the arrival of their new swords, and he detects Hagen Esuka's scent and runs over to greet him, but is surprised to see that he is accompanied by another person. Unfortunately, Hagen Esuka is not happy to see him and tries to stab him for breaking his sword, and after this the protagonist tries to defend himself, explaining that he was about to die, but Hagen Esuka doesn't believe him and blames him for the weakness that caused the breakage. Then the blacksmith chases him into the courtyard of the mansion, while Shinobu and Aoi wonder if it is part of a new training regime. And inside the house, the second blacksmith, Kanamori, explains to our protagonist Hagen Esuka's passion for his creations immediately after he and Kanamori watch Inosuke's new swords turn blue, but then they see how the boy with the boar mask destroys them with a stone, infuriating Kanamori, and outside, Tsuka, Asuka, and Kanamori leave the mansion while our protagonist apologizes for Inosuke's behavior. After that night, the protagonist sleeps while maintaining total concentration, and the next day, he faces Kanao in a training exercise and wins. Then they compete in the reflex test, and the protagonist avoids splashing Kanao with foul-smelling water. Instead, he does a trick by putting a cup on his head, and the girls Sumi, Nao, and Kyo celebrate their success. After that, Zenitsu and Inusuka see their victory and are inspired to do the same, and then Zenitsu runs over the hurdles with more vigor and speed, while Inusuke lifts more weight than ever. After his final medical exam, Shinobu tells the protagonist that he is completely healed and can return to missions without worries, and later our protagonist takes the opportunity to ask Shinobu if she knows anything about the dance of the fire god, but she tells him that she knows nothing about it. However, Shinobu suggests that he could ask Rengoku, who would be the pillar of fire, and before the protagonist leaves, Shinobu tells him that she expects great things from him tonight. He talks to Nuko in his room and tells her his plans for his next mission, and his goal of defeating the strongest demons in Nuku encourages him by telling him he can do it and calling him older brother. Meanwhile, on a moving train, a giant three-eyed Damon and Diora, a woman, and then in the reflex test, the protagonist and Kano face each other, and their speed impresses Zetsu and Inosuke, although in the end, Kano wins the test by grabbing the cup before him, and although today he finishes the test, the protagonist proposes to run together, maintaining total concentration, which excites Inosuke, but not Aitu. On the other hand, in the Infinite Mansion, the Waning Sixth is summoned, along with other demons with the strumming of a Japanese instrument, and after that Muzan appears disguised and asks him why the 12 moons are so weak, adding that the 12 moons are not just the beginning, and that the strongest will become part of the definitive group, and in this way we know the existence of the crescent moons, which according to Musang have been able to end the lives of some pillars. That the Waning Sixth is devoured by Musan when he responds to her questions, and in that we see how those present fear for their lives, and Muzan kills them without mercy. Soon the third waning moon realizes that she is doomed, and that it is unlikely that they can win a fight against Musa, so they try to escape while the demon is distracted. And after a few moments, he is beheaded by Mazan, who believes that the 12 demonic moons will no longer be necessary shortly after the second waning moon tries to beg for mercy, but is killed anyway. And after this, we see that the only moon that survived was the first one, who does not try to flee, since she knows that it is impossible, but to her surprise, Musang does not eliminate her. Instead, he gives her more power and entrusts her with the task of the pillars, and the protagonist in the Mugan train immediately afterward transports them to an unknown place, and later the Crow Kasugai informs our protagonist and his friends about their next mission, which involves a train in Mugan, 8, where many people have died in a row. Kagaya talks to Shinu about his decision to send our protagonist and his companions, and after this, the master comments that the protagonist's sister became a demon, and that her destiny could be to defeat Musang. To all this, he prepares to leave and meets a tall young man who turns out to be another survivor of the final selection, and that is, when that guy advances without care and pushes the protagonist without giving it importance on his part, he recognizes him and is surprised by the increase in muscle mass of that boy, and then being outside, the protagonist says goodbye to today and thanked him for his help, and although she regrets not being able to fight, he makes sure that she can take her emotions to the battlefield, and after this, the protagonist meets Kanao, whom he thanked for his help in his rehabilitation. She explains that he only follows the orders of the master and uses some coins to make decisions, and followed by this, the protagonist asks to borrow the coin and tells her that if it lands on heads, she will have to listen to her heart. After tossing the coin, she loses sight of it, and Kano is eager to know the result of the toss, and soon it is revealed that the coin landed on heads. It is then that the protagonist is happy while she is surprised, and after this he gives her back the coin, and putting it in her hand encourages her, then wishes her good luck and tells her that the heart is what drives people, and after the above, our protagonist says goodbye to her and walks away, but Kanao asks him how he made the coin land on heads, to which he replies that it was by chance, and that if it had landed on tails, he would have kept turning it to get the correct result. And after successfully breaking a giant pumpkin, Yo and Sumi, and now say goodbye to the boys. While the protagonist sees Jigu calling him from afar, and minutes later, the water pillar congratulates the trio for mastering constant total concentration, and our protagonist thanks him for helping Nezuko but doesn't know how to thank him for such a thing, and when Jigu listens, this tells him that he can show his gratitude by killing demons. Then the trio heads off on their mission on the Mugen train, and at that, Inosuke thinks the train is king of those lands, but Zenitsu corrects him and tells him it's just a train. Then the boar-masked boy tries to attack the train, but the protagonist stops him, and when the police arrive, they try to arrest him for carrying swords in public, but he manages to escape. And then on board the train, Zenitsu asks if it is wise to take Nezuko with them, to which he assures them that they will always be together, and at that, he starts to think about everything he lived through in that last time, and promises to save his sister, and at the same time we see that the Rengoku fire pillar is in one of the cars while the first waning moon is on the train, and shortly after, a train driver discovers a demon in the car, and as he tries to escape, and then a demon hunter arrives at a food store accompanied by a Kasugai crow and meets the Rengoku fire pillar. However, before leaving, both hunters sit down and eat in the store. It is then that the owner of the place seems to recognize what they do and the importance they have for the protection of people, and for that reason, he decides to invite some baked sandwiches to the Pillar of Fire, although perhaps he did it because Rengoku enjoys eating a lot, and after this, the hunters discuss a recent incident and decide to investigate the situation of the Infinity Train, but to simplify, we will call it the Mugen Train, and soon they discover that said train has been withdrawn from service due to the disappearance of passengers. Meanwhile, at a train station, a young woman named Fuku feels discouraged because no one is buying her event boxes, and hundreds of deaths have been reported in the area. So they are very worried because the person responsible has not yet been found. Then Rengoku appears and asks them if they saw a demon, to which the girl becomes defensive to protect her grandmother, and although she initially denies the existence of demons, Fuku changes her mind when Rengoku reveals that she is looking for one. After a brief discussion between the girl and the hunter, she sells him her event boxes and asks him to give his gifts to the Asian Demons group, and in this way the assistant of the Pillar of Fire is forced to carry an insane cargo of food. For his part, Rengoku aborts a wagon in search of his target. However, after a while he meets a guard who tells him that he should not be there and asks him why he got on, which Rengoku answers honestly and mentions that he is looking for a demon on the Mugen train. At that moment, the guard tells him that he is in the wrong place, and in this way, He realizes that he is on the wrong train, so he jumps from the transport and runs towards the YAIBA facilities, where he discovers that the Mugen train is being repaired, and while delivering food to the workers, he witnesses a marked demon attacking a child. Rengoku tries to protect the little one and learns that the demon has also injured a woman before and after facing. The demon Rengoku manages to save the child and injure the beast. Then the demon decides to go after the food vendors and heads towards the station where they are. And for his part, Rengoku treats the child's wounds and receives help from other hunters. Meanwhile, Fuku and his grandmother arrive at the room, and the demon finds them. But luckily, Rengoku arrives just in time to save the young girl, but the grandmother is in danger, and at that critical moment, Rengoku faces the demon again and warns him about arrogance. After this, Rengoku decapitates the defiant monster, and a ritual is performed to clean his sword, and in the middle of this, Fuku's grandmother is mentioned when remembering a previous pillar that saved her in the past, followed by this Rengoku reveals that he is following in his father's footsteps and promises to protect people from demons. And then other hunters arrive and learn that the Mugen train will be separated and will be back in service. It is then that Rengoku suspects that the train houses a very powerful demon, and after saying goodbye to Fuku and his grandmother, he boards the Mugen train before leaving. He eats the box of beef event that they gave him and finds them delicious. Shortly after we go that the Proto and Zenitsu and Inosuke board the Mugen train to accompany Rengoku, the Pillar of Fire, and while they are on the train, they hear Rengoku enjoying the event box, and then they introduce themselves formally. It is then that our Proto asks him about the dance of the God of Fire, but Rengoku says he does not know anything about it. And after this, he explains that the 5 fundamental forms of breathing, which are fire, water, lightning, wind, and rock, and after throwing all the information, he mentions that there is another demon on board. The train then Zenitsu gets very scared, and to worsen the fear of the boy from the Pillar of Fire comments that it is there. Because many hunters were defeated on the train, suddenly things get weird as a demon appears in the middle of the car. And everyone is scared to see it, but calm because Rengoku shows his abilities and defeats the touch. And after decapitating a demon that emerged, the Pillar of Fire advances towards another beast, followed by the Proto and Inosuke, while Zenitsu is stuck scared, and shortly after lights flicker and the passengers mysteriously disappear, although our heroes fail to see that. In the next car, the demon threatens a lone passenger, and he threatens with his life, but Rengoku steps in to protect him and manages to cut off his head using his fire breathing. And after eliminating the monster, the protagonist and his friends express the desire to become Rengoku's disciples, to which he accepts, and then the train driver is shown being manipulated by a disembodied hand and submissive in a deep sleep. The protagonist also falls asleep, and already being in his mind. He meets his lost family, and as is common, he becomes very happy, so much so that he can't help but shed a tear. And meanwhile, a demon called Emu comments on the fragility of humans and how the hunters are falling into a dream without being able to wake up. At the same time, we see how the minions of that creature do a rare technique to stay in the dreams of our heroes. And meanwhile, our protagonist continues spending time with his family, and when he remembers everything he lived, he believes it was just a nightmare and that everything is very well. Then Emu reflects on the fate of humans when they die in their sleep. Since once their spiritual core is destroyed, they are trapped in an eternal sleep, and meanwhile, Zenitsu dreams of a forest of peach trees and imagines Nezuko with his girlfriend. For his part, Inosuke dreams of leading an expedition with Nezuko and the others, where they soon encounter a powerful monster that turns out to be the train. And on the other hand, Rengoku dreams of a conversation with his father, who does not recognize his achievements. In this way, we learn that Fire Pillar's father previously held that same position in the past, and despite his incredible abilities and power, one day he simply stopped wielding his sword, and his passion was extinguished by disinterest, which is immediately followed by he meets his younger brother, and both talk about how they must continue to strive with passion. And at the same time, the children in charge of Emu enter the dreams of the demon hunters and seek to destroy their spiritual cores. However, Rengoku shows surprising survival, instincts even in his dreams, since it consists of preventing them from destroying their cores. And to all this, in the protagonist's dream, we see that he interacts with his family. But he begins to realize that he is trapped in a dream and struggles to find a way to escape. And then on the train, Nezuko sees her brother and the others unconscious and desperately tries to wake him up, but without success. Finally, Nezuko hits the protagonist in the head, which activates his demonic blood technique and makes him wake up slowly. Followed by this, the protagonist is covered in Nezuko's flames and recovers his hunter uniform and his Nikirento and after. This we see how he runs out of the house since he believes he needs to face a demon in the forest. However, he is surprised to hear Nezuko asking him where he is going and gets excited to hear his voice, and despite his wish that was to stay. The protagonist continues accepting the death of his relatives, while his brother Rakuta tries to chase him, which makes our protagonist cry and apologize. And in the dream world, the demon child who entered the subconscious of the protagonist realizes that the mind of his target is very practical. Meanwhile, he is confused by the delay in the destruction of the spiritual cores, and all this the protagonist realizes that he is trapped in the dream, but in that he feels the familiar smell and meets his father, who urges him to take his sword and perform a decisive act, and with determination he positions his sword on his neck to try to wake up and escape from that place. And while he was doing his thing, the demonic child is in his subconscious, and soon he meets some creatures that would come to materialize the spirit of the protagonist. It is then that these creatures guide him to the core, and the boy is plummeted to see that they simply guided him there because he is the one they were looking for. And when the protagonist manages to cut his neck, he believes that it is a hole in his subconscious and manages that the intruder cannot touch his core. Soon the demon child falls, but one of the spirits of the protagonist tries to help him anyway. And almost at the same time, we see that the girl in charge of Inosuke's dream is chased by a wild Inosuke, violently chases her. Meanwhile, the demon boy in Zenitsu's dream gets lost in a black void and is chased by a guy with scissors and Western clothes, who is Zenitsu himself. And after the above, the proto wakes up and realizes that his comrades and the children are very asleep, discovers that they are under the effect of a demonic blood technique, and asks Nezuko to burn the ropes that tie him. However, he is attacked by the girl in charge of Rengoku's dream, but quickly manages to knock out all his attackers, and in that we can see the child who is inside his subconscious, who instead of fighting wishes him luck. And then the proto faces Imu, and the latter is surprised by his ability to wake up from the dream. Then the demon mentions other situations that could have been shown, but our proto is repulsive to him and comments that that demonic blood technique is very dangerous. And then he confronts Imu for altering his family's memories and prepares to defeat him. Then the enemy is happy to see the protagonists Aina Fuda earring, since that means he can get more Musang blood, and in that he uses the water-breathing technique and attacks his opponent. However, Imu counterattacks with his demonic blood technique and manages to do so. He loses consciousness. And at that moment, he suddenly wakes up and throws a blow once again, forcing the demon to dodge his attacks. He soon realizes that he is continually killing himself to wake up each time, and this detail disturbs the demon himself, since they do not hesitate for a second to take their own lives in the dream. And then he uses all his strength and forces our protagonist to have another dream, turning it into a nightmare where his family is covered in blood and his father was resurrected. And is angry with him. However, he realizes that no one in his family would act that way and manages to return to reality. And as is common, he is completely enraged, and without wasting a single second, he uses his water-breathing posture and decapitates him. However, Emu's head sticks to the train, and in this way we learn that during all that time, the demon had merged with that machine, and after this, the enemy challenges the protagonist to save the 200 passengers of the demonic train, and at the same time we can see that Nezuko manages to wake Inosuke up. For his part, Inosuke joins the battle and cuts the train car with his odd beast breathing technique, and in this way he manages to tear apart the flesh inside the cars, and after failing to defeat Imu, the protagonist decides to stay and save the train passengers. Soon the tentacles of the first waning crescent multiply and begin to attack the passengers. Then Inosuke cuts them with his strange and violent postures, which are very effective. In that context, meanwhile, the protagonist tries to deal with the outer tentacles, but they are too resistant, and then Nezuko grows in size and fights against all threats to protect the sleeping passengers, but is finally overcome shortly after. Zenitsu appears and saves everyone with his lightning breathing technique, and then Rengoku also awakens and attacks the train with force at the same time. The Proto joins the battle and listens to Fire Pillar's plan to protect the passengers and find the emu's head, and then Inosuke and our Proto's head to the front of the train where they face more tentacles, and at the same time, you can see that emu protects his head with flesh and bones, and also grows more tentacles without hesitation. The Proto and Inosuke fight against them, but are surprised by the appearance of eyes. Followed by this, the enemy uses a demonic Sang-S. But the Proto already knows how to wake up, however. He realizes that the intensity of that ability is more than before. But despite this, he manages to get out of this place on each occasion. Luckily, Inosuke stopped him and scolded him for almost falling into the demon's trap, and after the boy with a boar mask cuts Emu's eyes. It is then that our Proto realizes that his companion has an interesting advantage, and it is his boar mask, since with that, he can cover himself from the enemy's field of vision, and later. To this, the driver appears armed with the aim of eliminating the muscle man, but the protagonist receives the blow to the stomach, and in that way manages to protect Inosuke, and then more tentacles grab the swords of the naked man, but despite this, both boys manage to make their way between those things and immediately decide to decapitate the demon to survive and prevent it from eliminating the passengers. It is then that, working together, they cut the tentacles and jump to save themselves from the enemy attack, and after, the above Inosuke cuts the flesh around the emu's neck bone, and the Proto decapitates using the dance of the fire god, and in a desperate attempt to take a couple of lives with him, Emu tries to eliminate the passengers with his last strength, but for his bad luck, Rengoku was waiting just that, and without hesitation he defends the civilians using the breath of fire, and soon we see that the impact of said attack causes the train to derail at high speed, and that the protagonist and Inosuke and the driver are thrown into the air. It is at that critical moment that he tries to save the unconscious driver, but because everything happens too fast, he can't do anything. After the train goes off the tracks, and the protagonist rolls on the ground like the locomotive, and at that moment, Inosuke lands on the emu meat and runs towards his friend, but realizes that his injuries prevent him from moving. Then our protagonist asks about the safety of the driver and passengers, and for his part, Nezuko reveals that the driver is trapped under the cars, and at first Nezuko refuses to help because of his anger, but the protagonist begs him to free him, and in the end, he gives in, but says that when he rescues him, will cut off all his hair and leave him bald as a reprimand. And while the protagonist rests, he thinks that the sun will soon rise and the danger of that moment will be over. Followed by this, he thinks that he must recover quickly to help the wounded, and almost at the same time a piece of emu meat comes out from the remains and comments that he is very injured, and that is why he cannot regenerate. Then the first waning moon regrets not having been able to devour any of the passengers and blames the pillars, Inosuke, and the protagonist for ruining his plan to become the most powerful demon. Then, as the emu meat fades, he comments that the 12 demonic moons cannot compare to the power of a pillar, adding that only the crescent moons were able to eliminate those elite hunters, which led him to think that they are definitely on another level. In his final moments, he begs for another chance and fears his death as a sign that deep down he still retains some humanity. After this, the protagonist meets Rengoku, who praises him and advises him on his breathing. After this, Rengoku reveals that a blood vessel in the protagonist's abdomen is torn. But luckily, he helps him stop the bleeding and explains to him how to control a hemorrhage with total concentration breathing. In the end, everything turns out well. Immediately after, the fire pillar congratulates the protagonist for being able to heal himself and tells him that if he learns to master total concentration breathing, he will be able to do many things, and comments that it is not good for everything, but that will surely become stronger if he becomes a master at it, and after that, the protagonist is relieved to know that none of the passengers lost their lives, although he regrets that several were injured. And suddenly a figure emerges from the dust, cloud revealing itself to be the third crescent moon, and in that beast rushes to attack our protagonist. But luckily Rengoku cuts off the demon's arm with his fire-breathing technique, and after a brief conversation, that demon called home, and the Ponsa Rengoku pillar face each other in a fierce battle. It is then that the demon tries to persuade the hunter to become a demon, but he flatly refuses. However, the enemy recognizes the power of his rival and comments that if he becomes a supernatural beast, he could live for centuries, and in this way he will be able to train much longer than being a human and reach a strength that he could not even dream of, but as is to be supposed. The pillar of fire remains firm and comments that he is not in the least interested in being a demon, and comments that the beauty, the human being, lies in the ephemeral nature of his life, and aging is part of that cycle too. And after this, both fighters exchange powerful blows and attacks with Rengoku, showing his ability with the breath of fire, and despite cutting the arms of Akasha on several occasions, the demon heals quickly and continues attacking, and then we see the third crescent moon use its technique of demonic blood and launches the shock waves against the pillar of fire, who blocks them with its powers, and the battle becomes increasingly intense, and our protagonist and Onsuke watch helplessly while Rengoku fights it. Is then that Akasha tries to provoke the pillar to give up and transform, but the hunter remains steadfast in his decision not to become a demon, and despite Rengoku's valiant efforts, Akasha continues to attack and generate his limbs. The fight continues in a different dimension of strength, and the protagonist of Inosuke realize that they cannot intervene without endangering their own lives, and after a while the confrontation between Rengoku and Akasha intensifies, with both fighters showing incredible determination and skill. Soon the battle reaches its climax with exchanges of devastating blows, and despite Rengoku's valiant efforts, his rival manages to hit him directly in the side and then breaks his eye. However, the pillar of fire continues to fight and uses various forms of fire breathing in an attempt to defeat Kasa, and at that moment we see the demon dodge the attacks and respond with his own destructive technique, and as the battle intensifies, Rengoku suffers more ETDs and bleeds, but despite that he remains standing with determination, and meanwhile, As is instantly healed and proves unstoppable to all this. Our protagonist, Inosuke, they watch helplessly as Rengoku fights bravely, and then they realize that their powerful companion is losing to the overwhelming force of the third crescent moon. The situation appears desperate, and Rengoku's survival hangs by a thread, and despite Aes's regenerative ability, the fire pillar does not give up and uses his breathing techniques in an attempt to defeat him. However, Asa counters his attacks and lets Rengoku absorb the pain of his last attack, while our protagonist and Inosuke watch helplessly. The pillar refuses to give in and prepares for one last showdown. Suddenly, Rengoku's body is engulfed in fire, showing his determination, and then with a new stance in the use of a supernatural technique, Rengoku strengthens his power and faces Asa once more. The crescent moon is surprised by the perseverance and strength of his rival, and both fighters exchange devastating blows, and in the midst of the chaos, Rengoku manages to go home by cutting off his arm and chest, but the enemy counterattacks and pierces Rengoku's solar plexus, and despite the mortal wounds, the pillar of fire remembers his mother's words and finds the strength to continue fighting, and after this, in the last show of strength and love for his mother, Rengoku plunges his sword into Akasha's neck and clings to him as the sun begins to rise. The protagonist tries to help, but the third crescent moon breaks free and flees into the forest, and as expected, the protagonist pursues the enemy and finally catches up with him, leaving with his sword, and although he almost tries to escape from the sun, the protagonist and reminds him of the courage of the demon hunters, and enraged he yells at the enemy that Rengoku did not lose, since he did not let anyone lose their life, even though he was completely wounded. However, our protagonist cannot help but shed a tear of fury and frustration, since he realized the bewitching power of the crescent moons, and in this way the battle comes to an end. But Rengoku's injuries are serious, and his life is in danger. And then, when things calm down, we see that Rengoku is on the brink of death and shares a last conversation with. Our protagonist then sees the fire pillar, telling our protagonist that during the fight he saw flashes of his past, and remembers that in his house there are several reports and documents where they talked about the dance of the fire god, adding that his father, the ancient fire pillar, used to read many of those papers, but since he didn't, he doesn't really know what they are about. And after saying that, Rengoku tells the protagonist to go to his family's house to see those documents and so on. He asks him to convey a message to his brother and his father. To his brother, he surely tells him to follow the path he thinks is right, and to his father to take care of his health. And at the end, Rengoku mentions that he accepts Nuku as one of his own, then encourages Nuku, the protagonist, to ignite his heart with fire and passion, and tells him that he believes in him, just as he believes in Inosuke and Senetsu, to become the next pillars. And before succumbing to his injuries, Rengoku has a comforting vision of his mother, who assures him that she is proud of him, and when the pillar hears this, he smiles and leaves the world satisfied. And then Rengoku, Zito, Inosuke's companions, and the protagonist mourn his loss and face their pain while wondering if they can become like him. Then the Raven of the Pillar of Fire is also saddened by the loss and flies off to give the information, and soon the news of Rengoku's death and the appearance of Akasha spreads among the members of the group of demon slayers. It is then that we can see that each one reacts differently, and after this the leader of the pillars, who would be Master Kagaya, comments on being relieved that the train passengers are safe. Followed by this, he praises Rengoku for his ability to protect others and accepts his death without sadness, since he will soon join him. And after this, we can notice that Rengoku's legacy and his sacrifice resonate in his companions, who mourn his loss and prepare to move forward in their fight against Musang and the Crescent Moons. And meanwhile, Rengoku's crow reports his death to his brother Senjuro, who collapses in pain. Then another crow informs Master Kaguya about the Proto's furious confrontation with the third Crescent Moon, and then reflects on that, and the Master comments that they must keep Rengoku's ideals alive. And in another part, a child named Tasik Chun, actually, Muzan in disguise, meets Akasha. Then Muzan becomes enraged to learn that Akasha, since his objective is not to eliminate a pillar, and he wants to eradicate the organization of hunters, and after this Muzan causes his demon ally to suffer a lot of pain. It is then that he comments that several centuries have passed and still the Crescent Moons cannot eradicate the pillars, or renewed generation after generation, and also comments that he learned that a low-rank hunter managed to injure him. And for that reason, he comments that apparently the third Crescent Moon has fallen low, and after the above, we can see that Kasha is angry and breaks the protagonist's sword and swears revenge on the butterfly mission, that is Shinobu's house. We can see that Zenitsu is down, and in that, he comments that the protagonist is even worse, since he was devastated by the death of the Pillar of Fire, who in his eyes was an incredibly strong subject, and seeing him lose was a hard blow. Zenitsu mentions that even Inosuke spent his time crying on the way home, and soon, Zenitsu meets one of the girls of the place, who mentions that the protagonist is nowhere to be seen, and then we discover that he decided to follow Rengoku's crow to the residence of the Pillar of Fire, where he meets Senjuro and tries to convey a message from his older brother. However, Shinhuru, the father of Rengoku, drunk and resentful, insults his late son and considers him a failure. And after the confrontation with Rengoku, the protagonist defends the Pillar of Fire. However, things do not get less tense, and in that, Shinkaru comments that the protagonist is a user of the solar breathing, which would be the strongest technique of all, since the rest of the breaths were born from it. It is then that the old man comments that the protagonist is arrogant for appearing there and boasting his power, and when the protagonist hears the above, obviously he gets enraged and mentions that he feels like the weakest person, and that he could not do anything to help Rengoku. Followed by this, he says that he will not allow anyone to speak ill of the Pillar of Fire, and in this way he attacks to the old man, but this obviously manages to dodge the goal and returns it to him at the touch. In this way, Tenero, he receives a terrible punch in the face, followed by several more blows that leave him weakened. Although in the end, he manages to connect a direct headbutt, which knocks down Rengoku's father, and later he apologizes too. Senjuro and promises to become a pillar to honor his brother. After this, Senjuro shows the records of the Pillar of Fire to the protagonist, but they discover that they are broken, and despite this, the protagonist decides to train more and master his Fire God dance technique, and then Senjuro reveals his inability to be a powerful swordsman and fears, breaking the generational line of the Pillars of Fire. At that moment, the Proto delivers the message that Rengoku asked him to give, and then, later when he leaves, Senjuro tries to give him an ornament that Rengoku used. And although the Proto refuses at first, he ends up accepting it, and after the above. Senjuro tries to talk to his father about Rengoku's final message, but is rejected, and says that he surely insulted him. However, he finds out that his son asked him to take care of his health. It is at that moment that Shinjuro cries the death of his son, and then while our Proto heads home, he meets Hagen Asuka, the maker of his sword, who is angry because he lost another sword, and in this way he chases him for a day, until today he calms him down. During the next 4 months, the Proto and Inosuke and Zetsu continue training together, and shortly after the main group faces a spider-shaped demon, and ends up using his water breathing to defeat it. It is then that it shows us that Nezuko also supports him in battle, and moments later we can notice that the Proto and his friends are still determined to fight and kill. Demons seeking revenge for the death of Rengoku after returning from a grueling and ruling from a grueling mission. Our protagonist hears Aoi's cry for help that Tengen, Usui the Sound Pillar, has kidnapped both Oi and now, and at that moment. Ken tries to rationalize the situation, but remembers the protagonist's words. He confronts Tengen and tries to free Onen now. Meanwhile, Kir and Sumi try to help but are overcome by the force of the Sound Pillar. Followed by this, our protagonist arrives and counterattacks Tengun, but he suddenly disappears and reaffirms himself as a former shinobi moments. Later, he refuses to recognize Tengun as a pillar, which infuriates the latter, then comments that he is not a kidnapper and that he needs a couple of women for an important mission. And at that moment, one of the girls mentions that now is still a hunter, and when the pillar sees the girl's uniform, decides to release her. It is then that the protagonist manages to catch her so that she does not get hurt. However, the subject refuses to release Ai, saying that he needs her for a mission too, which the Proto immediately mentions that if that is the case, they will take his place. And when Tengen hears that, he realizes that both Inosuke and Zetsu are getting dangerously close to him. Followed by that, the Sound Pillar realizes that this group has a lot of motivation, so they decide to accept the proposal. However, he tells them not to disobey him, and after doing that, he slaps the girl who was on his shoulder. And after this, the main characters find out that the mission was about going to the Red Light District, and after this, the Proto, Yosuke, and Zenitsu accompanied Tengen, the Sound Pillar, to the Red Light District of the city, and Tengen introduces himself as the god of the showy and the god of festivals too, which Zenitsu thinks that in reality the pillar looks like the god of idiots, and almost at the same time, Nosuke calls himself the king of the mountain to play along, and obviously this confuses Tengen and annoys Zenitsu even more, since he was doing the same thing to him a while ago. And after the above, Tengen releases the mission and guides them through the district, where they are surprised by the number of people and the nightlife in a house the Pillar of Sound asks him to look for his wives while he gathers information on a possible demon. And shortly after, Zenitsu initially refuses, but Tengen tells Clara that his wife has also been investigating. Then he mentions that things got complicated and his wives disappeared, so he wants to find them. And soon, Zenitsu asks how many wives he has and is furious to learn that he has more than one. To which the pillar replies that he has 3 wives and immediately hits him in the stomach to calm him down seconds later. Tengen explains that his wives are ninjas and that he sent them to the Red Light District because he suspected that there are several demons pretending to be humans in the place, but after a while he lost contact and they no longer answered his letters. Moments later, the protagonist and the others disguise themselves and visit different houses in the district, and later the protagonist is accepted into the Takedo house, while Zito and Inosuke show their discontent for Tengen's appearance, since he did not disguise himself as a woman. Followed by that, in the Red Light District, we see that the protagonist works hard at Takito's house, and meanwhile Inosuke is taken to the Omigoto house and Zetsu to the Kayagaku house, meanwhile in the house where the boy with the boar mask is. They are surprised by Inosuke's beautiful appearance under the ugly makeup. And then in the place where Zenitsu is, we see that he performs an outstanding performance, but the girls fall in love with Tengen instead of him, and because of this, Zenitsu swears to become the best performer to take revenge on Tengen, since the pillar mentioned that she is an ugly girl, and that is why he gave her away, unlike the rest. And shortly after, in the Takedo house, our protagonist hears rumors about Tengen's wife, which would be a woman named Suma, and discovers more about her possible disappearance, and it is then that he tries to inquire about her, but Koinatsu, one of the girls in the place, is alarmed, to which the protagonist lies and comments that he asks about Suma, because she is his older sister. It is at that moment that we discover that he cannot lie without retreating his face horribly, and despite the girl's surprise, she tells him that Suma was a very skilled girl, but one day she disappeared, and when they read her diary, they find out that she was planning to run away. At the same time, Tengen, on the rooftops, feels the presence of a crescent moon. After this, Inosuke discovers that another of Tengen's wives is at home, and her name is Makio. And in a change of scene, we see that the aforementioned is tied up and tortured in a room, and after this, in Yoshika's brothel, mysterious after that. When they enter to confront her, she leaves the room, and the assistant disappears, and in the house, Ujime noticed the demon interrogates Makio about the letters, and speaks to her by name. Moments later, Yosuke investigates since he felt something strange, and then in the Kyuagaku Sunitsu house, he begins to think that he must find Hinatsuru, since she is one of Tengen's wives, and in that, he comments that the recent death of the wife of the owner of the house makes his mission difficult later. Zenitsu detects voices and finds a girl crying, and almost at the same time the demon threatens Makio to keep quiet. Then Inos enters Makio's room and confronts the demon, but finds it empty. Then Zenitsu interacts with a young woman in a wrecked room. After that, he meets the demon Darky, and soon he realizes that the woman is pretending to be human and is certain that she is a crescent moon of Vito, and when he realizes this, he immediately tries to pretend things so that no one in the place gets hurt. However, the demon woman comments that Zenitsu is ugly and tells her to leave. And after this, the woman hurts one of the girls and asks her to clean the room. It is at that moment that the boy grabs the demon's hand and tells him to let go of her. And in the middle of the fight, Zenitsu demands that Daki release the young woman, and she responded by hitting him in the face. And 2 days earlier, we discover that the wife of the owner of the house, Kaiguku, confronts Daki and asks him to stop hurting the girls, and tells him that it is best for him to disappear. However, the woman seems to ignore the accusations and reveals her true form as the sixth crescent moon, and then she kills the lady by throwing him from a great height, and everyone believes that it was simply an accident. Then the sixth crescent meets Muzan, who congratulates him for his strength and advises him not to trust, since he expects a lot from her. After this, Zenitsu is thrown by the walls and is knocked unconscious, and later the owner of the house intervenes and calms the situation. And when things calm down, the demon woman realizes that Zenitsu is a hunter and plans to devour him. However, she decides to wait a bit since she does not have the strength of a pillar, so she does not represent a threat for the moment. Later, the protagonist sees how Koinatsu treats the girls of the house in which he lives, something that comforts him, and after this, he goes out and meets Inosuke, who informs him that he found a demon living in the house. He is in, but for some reason, the prot seems not to believe him at all, and suddenly, Tengen appears unnoticed, and comments that things are more dangerous than they thought at first, and because that, Reason tells them that she will continue on her own, and immediately afterward, the pillar of sound leaves, and later in the house, Tokido Koyatsu shares a moment with the young attendees before joining our protagonist and revealing that he knows she is not a girl. After this, she mentions that this is the last night there, since someone wants to take her as his wife, and when the protagonist hears the above, he wishes her to have a happy life, and she wishes him the same. Then the protagonist promises to rescue all the missing, and Koinatsu wishes him to achieve his goal, and later, while she prepares to leave, she appears and threatens to devour her, and The protagonist, for his part, detects the smell of a nearby demon and decides to follow the aroma, and meanwhile, Inosuke gets tired of waiting and takes the initiative to search for the monsters and prepares for the fight, but before that, he asks for help from some muscular mice who worked for the sound pillar, and in this way he recovers his sword and boar mask. Meanwhile, Tainhan obtains information on the whereabouts of Senko and Natsuru and goes to look for them at the same time. At Tokido's house, our protagonist meets Daki, who is KIMETSU prisoner after a brief confrontation. The protagonist realizes that Daki's suit is her main weapon, and that she can absorb people and determined to defeat. Him prepares to fight her. Using the water action, however, the sixth crescent moon does not seem to have been affected in any way, and despite this, the proto decides to give everything to win, since it is the only way to stop the killing in the red zone. Tenjin fills the determined place of the red zone and finds his wife in Itsuro, tied by demonic sashes, and after this, he frees her and gives her an antidote to help her recover it. That Nader reveals that he suspects Daki and asks Tengen to fight the demon. It is then that Tengen jumps the rooftops and detects an underground battle using his sound breathing technique to cause an explosion. Meanwhile, the proto faces Daki, who offers to spare his life if he responds how many demon hunters are there, and at that, the proto refuses and uses the fire god dance technique to increase his power, and it is at that moment that he remembers his training with his friends and agrees to use his full power, and suddenly, from that, he uses the fire god dance and attacks Daki, but she counterattacks and hits with his suit, and in this, the proto collapses due to fatigue from using multiple forms of solar breathing. It is then that the beast attacks him, but luckily he manages to stop Daki's attack and escape, and after this he realizes that he needs to raise his body temperature in order to maintain solar breathing, and after this he uses his fire god dance again. At the same time, in the Yujimnoto house, Inosuke is in an underground tunnel and finds chamber full of Daki's victims, and after the above, he releases the person inside the webs of the sixth crescent moon and faces one of those webs who tries to capture him. At that moment, Inosuke fights to protect people and confront the threat that tries to attack, and the process manages to free a large number of people that the enemy kept captive using his demonic tell and during a battle against demons. Inosuke realizes that the main body of the demon is not around and the battle might not end. And in that, we see that Tengen's wives were released by a boy with a boar mask who it's about Makio and Zuma, who immediately join the fight after this. Zenitsu appears and helps him cut the sashes, but the demon suit gets enraged and realizes too late in an explosion from the top of the roof, and then Tengen emerges from the dust cloud and cuts all the remaining sashes the instant. After this, the sound pillar apologizes for being late and talks about his relief at seeing his wives safe. In sound, and later Makio remembers his past and how Tengen told them to think about their lives before anything else. We then see that the pillar pats his wives on the head and proclaims that things will get colorful from now on, and after the above, the protagonist faces Daki in an intense battle using different techniques of the sun breathing. And despite his efforts, he finds himself on the defensive while Daki continues attacking with his suit, and after the above, the sixth crescent moon shows a new ability to absorb the cut fabrics and transform, becoming more powerful. Meanwhile, the sash is cut by Tengen and his group join Daki again, and in the middle of the fight, man confronts the protagonist for the disturbance caused. Moments later, the protagonist tries to protect civilians, but Daki launches his devastating attack that causes destruction and death in the Geisha district. And after this, he is injured, and passersby are horrified by the tragedy. Daki prepares to walk away, but the protagonist yells at him to come back and challenges her, to which she insults him for challenging her, and while the survivors mourn the massacre and try to understand what happened, the protagonist becomes intensely enraged. Then we discover that in previous days he received a letter of apology from Shinjiro, Rengoku's father. In this way we learn that he could not recover the desolation caused by the death of his wife, and due to this loss, he took to drinking. and he sank into a spiral of pessimism, and for that reason he recognizes that he acted like an idiot. Then he praised the protagonist and mentions the mark on his head, associating himself with the users of the sun breathing, adding, "That said scar may mean that he has the potential to be stronger than Rengoku," and while the protagonist remembers those words, he denies this last part since he was not born with that on his head. It was simply a wound that he got playing as a child. So it is not a compliment as he thinks, and after saying that, he realizes that he must face the tyranny of those who lack human hearts. In his determination, he prepares to attack Daki and end her reign of terror. When the villain tries to escape, the protagonist jumps and grabs her by the legs, preventing her life, and despite not being able to cut off her head, he manages to tear off her foot, then confronts Deki about the lost lives and demands an explanation about why demons kill humans, and to all this the woman remembers the memories of Muzan inside her and realizes that those thoughts are not hers, while both in the cave Makio and some attend to the victims while they have reflections on their next move and decide to follow the demonic suit, and Tengen leads Inosuke and Tsunitsu. When a fast chase after while the pro Idaki face each other, she reveals her demonic blood technique and prepares to attack, and he uses his fire god dance technique and cuts him with a spiral of flames. Causing pain to his opponent, however, Daiki realizes that our protagonist would normally break her body with a violent movement and prepares to counterattack, and later of the enemy is surprised to realize that it is not her who is trembling with fear, but Musang, followed by that our protagonist manages to quickly cut and burn Daiki's fabrics immediately after he chases and ends up cutting his neck, and after this it is revealed that his head is still attached by a sash. Since he paraded his cut later, Daiki increases the size of his sashes to prevent him from escaping, but the protagonist stops them and stabs them all as they group together, and despite from Daiki's taunts, the proto frees them and heads towards her with overwhelming speed. Before she can cut her, she looks like a vision of a Nako and begs her to breathe, and after the above, the proto collapses before Daki in agony while she mocks him. It is at that moment that Nezuko appears and decapitates the demon woman, throwing her body far away and in. That we can see that the protagonist's sister is furious at the same time that the protagonist coughs blood, but her memories awaken in Nezuko's anger even more later. Daiki recognizes her as the person Muzan told them about and prepares to fight her, and then Nezuko steps forward and tries to kick the enemy, but the latter anticipates and cuts off her right foot and left arm, seriously injuring Nezuko, and later Nezuko turns on Daki as she regenerates quickly and appears fully healed later. The evil demon realizes that Nezuko's regeneration has reached a higher level, and then the protagonist's sister transforms even more, showing an intimidating appearance with patterns tangled all over her body. Meanwhile, he is already inconsistent on the roof, and at that moment, he hears the voice of his deceased brother, Takuyo, and in that way he ends up remembering the similarity between him and Nezuko and their kind but terrifying nature when they get angry, followed by that we can see that Nezuko accelerates towards Daki, manages to hit her hard, leaving her staggering after. Quickly healing, Nezuko emerges from the rubble with a transformed appearance with tangled patterns on her body and a horn on her head, and then she runs to Sadaki, who cuts her leg and arm again. However, Nezuko heals instantly and hits her hard. Daki in the back, and later Daki is surprised to see the superior regeneration of the protagonist's sister and suffers while Nezuko stomps on her left arm. Enjoying her pain, it is then that the protagonist quickly recovers and regains consciousness, thanks to a vision of his brother Tako, and joins the battle. Nezuko breaks Daki's other arm and continues attacking without mercy, and shortly after the enemy uses his suit to dodge and counterattack. But Nuko, she stops the attack and fights back. Using her frozen blood after this, she ignites Daki's splattered blood, burning it and flashing back to a traumatic incident in her childhood and later. Nezuko continues attacking Daki, who suffers while the protagonist's sister revels in her torment. After this, Nezuko finishes her demonic blood technique by knocking Daki into the air and then chasing after each other at high speed, and it is at that moment that she violently kicks the evil demon through several houses, leaving her defenseless. However, when Nezuko approaches to attack, she smells the blood of an injured girl and loses control, and then the protagonist arrives in time to try to restrain Nezuko, but she fights him off and approaches the injured girl immediately afterward. He uses his sheath as a muzzle and begs Nezuko to fight her urges, asking her to stop and sleep to heal, and then Nezuko, with the protagonist on her back, jumps to an upper floor of a house, and then Daiki appears still fighting the burns of the protagonists. Sister Annie mentions that the technique that Nezuko used is very curious, since it only affects demons, and to top it off, these wounds cannot be healed. It is at that moment that he is forced to choose between stopping Nezuko out of control or facing the enemy. Then Tengen intervenes when Daiki tries to attack our protagonist, using his suit by cutting the fabric, and the captain and Zenith are on the rooftops. It is then that the blonde hears an explosion and heads towards it, and later our protagonist is surprised to see that Daiki was decapitated, and Tengen remembers that the battle is not over and asks him to control Nezuko. He tries to control Nezuko by singing a Kuna song that his mother used to sing to her, and at the same time, the protagonist's sister has a flashback of her childhood and finally calms down and falls asleep. It is at that moment that Tengen shows disinterest in Daiki, since he considers her too weak to be a crescent moon, but even so, she insists that she is very strong, although Tengen does not listen to her, and Daya begins to cry like a spoiled child, and complains about his situation, and soon, the sound pillar notices that the sixth crescent moon does not disintegrate, despite being decapitated. Daiki mentions his brother, and soon from the stump of his neck emerges a new demon, and at that moment, he introduces himself as Daiki's brother, who heals his burns instantly. And then Tenkan confronts the demons but suffers a cut on his head, and immediately afterward, Daiki urges his brother Suku, and reveals that she has been chased and harmed by Yi. Others, and later the demon brother called Gutara, launches his blows towards Tengen, causing an explosion and destroying the house, and then our protagonist, Yosuke, and Zenitsu arrive to help the pillar, and they carry Nezuko. Later on, Gyatoro infuses his blood into his weapons and uses a blood demonic technique to attack his opponent, and while they fight, Tengen deploys bombs to defend himself and causes much more uproar. Followed by that, the sound pillar realizes that the brothers' forces are great and considers that the possibility that both dies of Capita Gutaro, and after making sure that everyone has fled, uses his swords to activate the bombs and destroy the place. After the explosion, the pillar finds an intact ball of cloth and prepares it to face Daiki and Exhaust, who reveal to be two people in one, and then the protab flees with Nezuko asleep in his arms and places her back in her box, promising that he will fight until the end. Meanwhile, Gutaro sarcastically compliments Tengen on his appearance and arrogance, and later Tengen rejects his words and mocks his lack of knowledge about the world. Tengen remembers his past as a shinobi in his path to becoming a pillar, remembering Kaga's words and promising to give his life for him, and then in battle Tengen shows his strength and cuts Daiki and Gutaro. Then the evil demon assures that Tengen will eventually die from the poison he has, but Inosuke and Zenitsu appear to help him, and meanwhile, the red zone is evacuated, and in Natsuru, the wife of the pillar, from the sound he recovers, it is then that he realizes that Daiki is still alive, and Guter is the main force of the sixth crescent moon, and soon the demon woman claims that she can win, since the pillar is poisoned, but Tenga proclaims that she will succeed and challenges him to not underestimate humans. It is then that Daiki attacks Tengen, but Zito and Inosuke face her, leaving the sound pillar and our protagonist fighting with Taro, and that the evil demon claims that women in the city are only merchandise, but Zenitsu tells him not to push his pain on others. And after this, Daiki and Gutaro reveal that their way of life is based on hurting others, and without hesitation promises that he will kill all the hunters and destroy the organization they have, and at the same time, the protagonist faces off against the true sixth crescent moon, who, as we know, is Yutaro, and in that he is suddenly attacked, but fortunately for the protagonist, Tengen protects him and fights in his place. Then Daki and Yutaro synchronize and use their suits as weapons at that moment. Our Proto-Zenitsu and Inosuke invite each other to battle, but are overwhelmed by the ferocity of the attackers, and after the battle turns into a giant confrontation, Tengen has to dodge Yutaro's attacks using his bombs, and suddenly we see the evil demon overwhelms Tengen with his fighting style similar to that of an irreligious blanket, causing him several cuts, and later Gyutaro uses his demonic blood technique to launch blood blades towards the pillar. However, the Proto manages to intervene and gives a hand to the elite hunter, and then Tengen uses the sound breathing to destroy the blades and send Gyutaro away from the house. Meanwhile, Zenitsu and Inosuke fight to get close to Daki while avoiding the swords in his suit. And after the above, the Proto joins fight between Tengen and Gyutaro, and almost at the same time Inator arrives with a crossbow Dev Bolia Kunai and shoots knives at the 6th crescent moon, but he blocks them with his demonic blood technique. Without, however, Tengen continues attacking and cuts Gyutaro's legs, and at that moment the enemy is hit in the neck by another kunai and realizes that he is tied with something based on wisteria, which prevents him from regenerating his legs. Followed by that, our protagonist takes the opportunity and attacks Gyutaro in the neck, and after cutting Gyutaro's legs, the protagonist and Tengen take the moment to attack his neck with their swords, while Hinasoro watches him from above, and later Gyutaro is hit by a knife with wisteria poison and cannot heal in a scene from the past. We see that Tengen visits his family's grave and shares a moment of food with his wives, and then Tengen talks about his brothers and his determination to live a striking life in their honor. Meanwhile, Gyutaro regenerates his legs and prepares to fight, and we can see that he ends up using his demonic blood technique, and it is at that moment that the demon spins blood blades around his weapons. For his part, the protagonist and Tengen defend themselves, but he loses little by little and counterattacks with his sound breathing, and later Gyutaro disappears from Tengen's sight and hears Inator calling him, and after that Inutsu throws a kunai to distract the cloth and tells Tengen that she will take care of it alone. However, at that moment Gyutaro appears behind her and captures her, and later Tengen tries to rescue her, but Deki's suit blocks him and surrounds him. This event triggers a memory of the sound pillar with his wife in a field at sunset. It is then that Utsuro mentions that after fulfilling his duty as a hunter, they have to live together and enjoy a normal life, and remember those words that make Tengen motivate himself and break the demonic suit that has him trapped. And after the above, the protagonist, scared by Inatsuru's situation, refuses to lose another innocent life and decides to run towards her despite his serious injuries. Followed by that, our protagonist realizes that Ataru does not consider him a threat due to his weakness. So he plans a surprise attack to save Inator, and after this we see that he uses a combination of fire breathing and the dance of the fire god to reach an impressive speed. In this way, he manages to cut off Gyutaro's hand and ends up rescuing Inator. And in that, we can see that the demon is stunned at the boy's speed, and he thinks he can never repeat that move. It is at that moment that he takes pride in combining the water breathing and fire god dance styles, which grants greater attack power. Then he remembers Sonoi's teachings on the ability to modify the style and decides to make the most of those lessons. Meanwhile, Gyutaro prepares to do so, and after that, Tengen suddenly appears and attacks the enemy in the neck. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Inosuke and Zetsu fight against Daki's numerous webs, and at the same time, Inosuke gets frustrated at not being able to attack directly due to his slippery movement. Soon, Inosuke gets angry and runs towards Daki to cut off his head, but is forced to retreat. The protagonist and Tengen try to attack Yutaru, but he blocks their swords with their weapons, and after the flesh of those objects sticks to the swords, he cannot let go. It is at that moment that the sound pillar uses his second katana to try to kill Yutaru, but suddenly he turns his head and bites him, and immediately after, the 6th crescent moon filters more blood and creates a new one. Wave of spinning circular slashes leaving the protagonist and Inator preparing for impact. However, Tenkan moves away from them to protect them from the blast. Meanwhile, Inosuke and Zetsu defend their allies from the threats. Followed by this, Inosuke laments having to change tactics. because of the demonic webs. But Zenitsu reminds him that Daki is weaker than Gyutaro, and that they can still decapitate him. And shortly after, the protagonist escapes from being wrapped again and realizes that the sixth demonic moon is still attacking while fighting against Tengen, and at the same time Zenitsu was pulled to safety and Daiki notices our protagonists' movements that are slower, and with Tengen and him seriously injured and Nozuka and Zetsu take responsibility for defeating the demon woman, it is then that the protagonist tells her that they will need incredible speed and attack from multiple directions to succeed, and when Inosuke realizes that his rival is slowing down, he launches himself into the sky and all webs that surround her. Then he prepares to lead the attack and declared that the three will defeat her, and not long after. The boar-headed boy uses beast breathing in Tadaki and is soon backed by the Proto and Zenitsu use their respective breathing techniques to defeat the webs that are in their way. Later, Inosuke manages to cut off Daki's head and flees with them while these demonic living webs follow him, and then Gyutaro suddenly appears and stabs Inosuke. Recovering Daki's head, it is at that moment that the Proto realizes that his friend is seriously injured but can do nothing, and hoping that Tengen intervenes, he tries to look for him with his eyes, but soon discovers that the pillar is unconscious on the ground. Followed by that the monster uses its powers and generates a great explosion, and Zito does not hesitate for a second to save the Proto from the explosion, and while the Proto falls, he realizes that he failed to fight the enemies, and that is why the situation became critical. After witnessing the terrible situation and the loss of his comrades, the protagonist feels overwhelmed by guilt and then loses consciousness and has a vision in which he meets Nezuko, who reminds him that he should not blame himself and that they should fight together. Then he wakes up in a burning district and confronts Gyutaro, who mocks him and reveals the fate of his friends. At that moment, the sixth crescent moon laughs at the protagonist's relationship with Nuku and tortures her physically and verbally. Luckily, our protagonist manages to escape with Nezuko and is chased by Gyutaro, who continues to humiliate himself on guard to fight. Gyutaro proposes to him to become a demon and tells him that he will spare his life if he does, and that Daiki comments that he does not agree with turning the protagonist into a demon, and then he scolds Gyutaro and suddenly headbutts him, and after this he manages to guide his enemy towards Kunai with Wisteria and stabs him, and despite his injuries, the protagonist uses the dance technique of the fire god and threatens Gyutaro, and after this, Daki calls his brother and distracts our protagonist, but Zenitsu intervenes and saves his friend. A moment later, the blonde boy defeats Daki with his lightning breathing technique, and for his part, Gyutaro recovers and brutally attacks the protagonist, but Tengen appears and helps him. Then the sound pillar uses his musical split technique and fights against the sixth crescent moon, and in this way both continue their fierce battle, causing explosions and destruction in the city. Soon, the protagonist uses his fire god dance technique and joins Tengen in the battle against Gyutaro. The pillar is seriously injured, but manages to stab Gyutaro as they fall together. And it is at that moment that he launches himself towards them, but the evil demon stabs him in the jaw, and despite the pain, the protagonist cuts Gyutaro's neck with his new strength and fire mark. It is then that the enemy realizes that he can survive if Daki's head remains intact, and meanwhile, Zenitsu tries to behead Daki once again using all his energy, but just at that moment his energies fall into steel. Subsequently, the boy with the head of a boar appears and destroys a suit, and in this way ends up saving Zetsu, and then Inosuke prepares to behead Daki, but she begs Gyutaro to do something. After that, the sixth crescent moon tries to overcome it, but at that critical moment the protagonist and his friends manage to behead Gyutaro and Daki at the same time, and after the battle, he struggles to breathe due to the poison, but warns the protagonist about Gyutaro's body that is about to quickly expand. The body explodes, generating waves of blood that destroy the district. And at that precise moment, Nezuko appears and uses the blood demonic technique to burn the blades and save them all. And then when our protagonist regains consciousness, he sees his sister by his side and realizes that she saved him from the poison. And later, Zenitsu calls him and informs him about Nitsuke's condition, whose heartbeats weaken, and later, the Proto worries about neutralizing the poison and cries at the thought that his friend could die. And then Nitsuke uses her fire to burn the Sukas and poison in Inosuke's body and save him, which she manages to do. It is then that he cries in relief and hugs Inosuke. And meanwhile, Suma cries since Tengen is dying, since he is unable to stop the poison. It is at that moment that Inosuke arrives, uses her abilities to cure the sound pillar, which surprises everyone, and later Tengen gets up and releases the poison, and the three girls cling to him in relief. While crying, the pillar apologizes for worrying, and after that, the Proto informs that Nezuko burned the poison with her blood demonic technique and asks him to stay still. Then the Proto decides to search for the head of the demons, and later finds a pool of Gyutaro's blood and collects a sample in a container at the same time. Tamalo's cat takes the sample and returns with it. And after this, the Proto listens to the brothers Gyutaro and Daki arguing with each other. Then Gyutaro scolds Daki for not killing the pillar, and she insults him for not killing the protagonist. Soon the protagonist intervenes, tells her that they shouldn't curse each other in their last moments. And later, Daki laments his fate and begs Yutaru to fix the situation before completely disintegrating. It is then that he sees her disappear and calls her by her original human name, which would be Hume, followed by that the sixth crescent moon remembers his difficult past, and in this way, we discover that he was born in a bad home, and his mother tried to kill him several times due to his haggard appearance. However, his life changed when his sister Yume was born, who was incredibly beautiful, and after that, Gyutaro found his purpose in protecting and admiring her beauty. But in one day he discovered that the charred body of his sister, and that she was killed by a samurai, and as expected, Gyutaro became enraged by that, swore revenge, and not much later, when he met the person responsible for the death of his sister, he fights with him, and Gyutaro ends up eliminating him. After this, Gyutaro carries the body of his sister Yume around the district, but no one offers him help, and it is at that moment that, already being exhausted, he collapses while the snow begins to fall, and soon we see that she laments the lack of help and curses everyone, and suddenly she meets the sixth crescent moon, who offers her blood to transform them into demons. Gyutaro accepts the offer and feels proud to be a demon, but regrets that Yume has not had a different life, and finally she communicates with Gyutaro, and he rejects her, insisting that she'll stay away from him. However, Yume clings to Gyutaro and begs him not to hate her, promising that they will always be together, and insists that they both remember a promise they made when they were young, where they said they would be together, even in hell. And after all the above, the sixth crescent moon dies. Meanwhile, Denon and his women tell the Obana pillar that he arrived a little late, and that the battle is over. And later, the sound pillar announces its withdrawal as a pillar since it lost several limbs during the fight. However, Obane objects since they already lost Rengoku. Currently, young people last much less, so even without a hand and a foot tendon would be useful to what the sound pillar. He answers that he is wrong, as there are some young men who have the strength to become a pillar in a short time. And when Benaya hears that, she is shocked to find out that the protagonist survived the battle against the sixth crescent moon, and later on Master Kagaya, with his health worsening, spits up blood and reaffirms his determination that they will defeat Muzan, since after more than a century, the hunters have been able to eliminate the crescent moon, which will turn the tables in this endless fight. And in another place back home, he realizes that he has been summoned to the Infinity Castle due to the death of a crescent moon, and at the same time, Tengun and his wives depart to Red. We can see how they are accompanied by the protagonist, Nezuko and Inosuke Zenitsu, who are relieved to have survived the battle before, as they walk through the ruins of Yoshigo. Rengohi was shocked to see the massive battle that had taken place there. He then climbed a roof and met Tanjiro and Inosuke, Zenitsu, and Nezuko. And at the same time, in another location, Kaga was getting sicker and sicker, but he was overjoyed to learn that a high-rank demon had been slain, and it was the first in 100 years, and thought that it was a sign that fate was about to change drastically, and that Muzan would soon be defeated by the current generation of demon slayers within the Infinity Castle. He realized that his summoning meant that the demon slayers had killed a high-rank demon, And with that, he jumped down from the edge of the rooms and landed in the nether regions of the alternate dimension. He soon saw a large palace with a water garden and several giant gates that would open when they sensed his presence. And after this, he was carried over the salt, passing through an interminably large, maze-like pillared room. He suddenly heard a sound from a traditional Japanese instrument and was led to a platform in front of the woman who controlled the castle. And on the platform with him was an ornate vessel. As he looked at home, a voice from within recognized his presence and emerged. And it was Gyoko the Fifth Crescent, who expressed concern that Asa might have died. However, Asa's upset by the suggestion. At that, the Fourth Crescent Jengu appears and commented fearfully on how many years it has been since his last summons, followed by that the Third Crescent asked the Vega woman about Muzan's presence and about the whereabouts of the First Crescent. But she replied that Muzan has not yet arrived, and after that a cheerful voice suddenly made its way to home, and we learned that it was Duma, the Second Crescent, who placed her hand on his shoulder and asked if he was worried about him, followed by Gyoko greeting Duma, who praised her creativity in decorating an old vase with the severed head of a woman. After this, we see that Akasha got furious when Duma touched him and demanded him to move his arm, followed by that the Third Crescent repeated the order and hit him in the jaw, and after that we see that Jengu was scared. Minutes later, Doma Isley healed his wound and slyly commented on his comrade's increase in power, but this only made Akasha angrier. In the middle of that, the Vega woman answered Akasha's question and told him that the First Crescent Moon was summoned a while ago and that it was listening to everything it is. Then that he looked towards the edge of the platform and saw someone kneeling in the distance. And it is Kakashibo, who claimed he had been present the entire time and that Musang had arrived. Then Muzan appeared on the roof of the Infinite Castle and informed his warriors about Gyutaro's death, and also told them about his private experiments with chemicals. Followed by that, we see that Domus apologized because he was the one who recruited Gyutaro, and then he asks Muzan if he wanted his eyes to be gouged out as atonement, but the progenitor demon denied his penance and angrily stated that he knew Gyutaro was going to lose, and after this, he called them very useless and told them that he no longer expected anything from them. And at that moment, Duma asks Muzan if he ever failed to live up to his expectations, and Muzan told him that he failed because Ubioshiki's family was not dead and that the blue hell flower had not yet been found. And in the middle of the above, we can see that Muzan is angry that he could not find the flower after centuries, and shortly after, Joko says that he had information that would suit his goals, but suddenly the progenitor demon beheads his subordinate. At that moment, Muzan spoke of his hatred towards change and the importance of permanence in eternity, and he further demanded that Gyoko never tell him unreliable information. Followed by that, we see Vega's wife playing with Gyoko's gravity, and seeing that Muzan becomes enraged with his higher-ranking warriors and pressures them to fight harder. It is then that he orders Gyoko to confirm his information and to travel to Jengu, to the chosen place before the doors close. And after the above, Kasa cuts off his head. The second superior and Kakushibo appears in front of the aura of the surprising demon. Everything seems like it is going to go to shit, but Doma calms him down and tells him that he did not care about his partner's attack, to which the First Crescent Moon tells him that she is not doing it to help him, but to maintain the hierarchy and order in the group. Followed by that, Kokashi tells Kasa to participate in a battle if he is unhappy with his rank. But Dom claims that Kasa could never defeat them both. Then Gyoko orders the Vega's wife to transport him and Jengo to their destination, and after this they disappear. And after this, Doma talks about the cold attitudes of his companions, but soon becomes happy to discover that there are new ones interested in joining the sect. Shortly after, we see that a person brings him a tray of food and gives it to someone with long hair, and in that, the person who has the tea notices that the long-haired man has a child in his arms and comments that the little one is sleeping peacefully, then apologizes for leaving him in charge of the baby, adding that his wife is a little tired, and that is why she is sleeping. And upon hearing this, the long-haired man mentions that this is understandable, since giving birth to a baby and taking care of it are very difficult tasks. After this, he comments that after drinking tea, he will leave since he does not want to be a burden, to which the man, who by the way looks a lot like Tanjiro, responds that he is wrong since he saved his families. Lives, and consequently his baby was able to be born, however, upon seeing the man's insistence. The father comments that he wants to know at least the name to tell his children and grandchildren about him, and when the long-haired man hears this, again he refuses, and in order not to make him uncomfortable, the father changes the subject and returns to a topic that they were both talking about before, where the guy with the long hair mentioned that he was worried because he doesn't have any offspring yet, and after this the father tries to encourage the visitor by saying that surely someone will fall in love with him. However, the long-haired guy, who turns out to be the first crescent moon, replies that he is not interested in that, since it won't change his destiny, adding that he is not a special guy, on the contrary. He considers that he has no value since he could not protect what he considered precious. It is then that Sumiyoshi, the man who looks like Tanjiro, tries to prevent his guest from saying that about himself, and suddenly the protagonist wakes up crying and realizes that everything before was a dream. Seconds later, Kanale enters the room, explains that he has been unconscious for 2 months after the battle, and in that we see that she is glad that he finally woke up, and tears form in her eyes at the same time. Goto, a friend of the protagonist, remembers when he found him and his friends in the remains of Yoshigo close to when they were about to disappear. And in that, we see that he brought a dessert called Castella for Tanjiro and gets angry with Kanale for dropping a vase and not informing them about the protagonist's recovery after scolding Kanale. Go to Yamakilo to Sumian now, and today, and they are very happy because the protagonist already woke up today in tears. She is grateful that he is alive because he took her place in the mission. Then Goto explains that Zenitsu recovered 2 days ago, that Tengen left the district with his wives while he was seriously injured, and then Sumi mentions that Inosuke was close to death from the poison, and the protagonist thinks he is hallucinating since he sees that Inosuke is above them, but then they all see Inosuke hanging from the ceiling perfectly healthy, which means that he is fine now, and after the above. He lands on the bed and jokes with the protagonist, and explains that he woke up a week before him, and then Kyo teaches him Tanger, a book about a honey badger that is super resistant, saying that Shinobu had said that Inosuke looked like him immediately after. Owl asks Inosuke to get out of Tanjiro's bed, but then they start fighting with Goto because he insults him for having silly ideas. And as you can imagine, Aoi tries to separate them while Kanao asks him to be quiet because the protagonist fell asleep, but they don't listen to him. Finally, Kanao yells at him to be quiet, and everyone is surprised by his change of attitude, and after the above, Kill takes Kanao to cook something for when the protagonist wakes up tonight. Tamayo's cat and Yuro watch Tanjiro from a tree and comments that they are happy that he is very well. And since then, a week has passed, and we see that the protagonist is recovering and is out of bed. YAIBA writes a letter to Goto telling him that Inosuke is back in action and that Zetsu is on a mission with other hunters. At the same time, we can see that the protagonist continues with his rehabilitation training, and while the girls stretch him out, he asks them about his new sword. But they do not have good news, since Jinasuke does not want to make him a new one, and for this reason, they tell him that he can go to the village where the blacksmiths live. Shortly after, a female Kikuchi takes him to the village, but puts a blindfold on him, earplugs and nose plugs, so that he doesn't know the exact location of the village. And on the way, the Protos is guided by different Kikuchi and eventually reaches the village of swordsmiths, where everyone wears masks to hide. Once there, Tanjiro thanks the village chief, and his cry of gratitude reaches the hot springs where Mitsuru, the pillar of love, is located. It is then that she becomes excited because apparently someone has arrived in the village. And then the Proto met the chief of the place, a certain Tekken, and told him that Jotaro was missing, but that they were looking for him. To which Tanjiro got confused by the name, but then he found out that they were talking about Haga, Yusuka. And after this, the chief comments that they were worried about Jotaro's temper, that even as a child he was fierce. It is then that the Proto apologized for breaking that sword, but the chief said that it was the blacksmith's fault for making weak swords, and then Tekken advised Tanjiro to visit the hot springs to heal himself. As he walked towards the hot springs, he heard a loud voice calling him, and soon he saw Tamitsudo, who runs towards him, and seeing that her attributes were about to come out, he asked her to cover up. However, she ignores him and mentions that she was upset because she asked someone's name and they ignored her, and after this, the proto cheered her up by telling her that dinner would be ready soon, to which she immediately became very happy. Shortly after, in the hot springs, Tanjiro was hit by a loose tooth and was surprised to see Genya Shingusa, who greeted him hostilely, and then the Ote took off his clothes and swam to introduce himself. Then he asked her if she had any relationship with one of the pillars since they share last names, but Yanga didn't respond and hit him and left. And later in an inn, Tanjiro saw that Mitsuri had eaten a lot, and she told him that she had eaten very little. It is then that he explained that Yanga was the brother of Sanem Shin Nagusa, but he finds it curious that the pillar doesn't talk about him, and after that, they both decided to take something to eat to Yanga, and in that the proto asked Mitsuri asks why she joined the group of hunters, to which she replied that she was looking for a strong person to marry, and knowing that the pillars are very strong, she decided to become one to be able to choose, and later they both realized that Yanga is not in her room. It is then that Kikuchi appears and tells the Pillar of Love that his sword has already been sharpened and that he should go test it, and Tanjiro offers to accompany her, but she explains that she will soon leave the village, and that testing the sword will surely take several hours, and that she does not want to bother Mitsuri. Then congratulates the brothers for fighting against a crescent moon, and tells them that this experience is very valuable, and tells them that they can train with a special weapon hidden in the village before leaving, with which they will obviously be stronger the next day. After breakfast, Tanjiro and Netsuko go out to look for the hidden weapon. While they walk, the protagonist notices that because he is not yet fully recovered, his sense of smell is not yet 100%, and suddenly hears two voices arguing in the distance. One is from a young blacksmith wants to protect something, and the other is from a hunter. Soon the protagonist realizes that it is the swordsman Muro Takito, and after the above, he is surprised to see someone apparently with them, and realizes that it is the same man from his dream, although in the end, it turns out to be a puppet of the first crescent moon, and we can assume that this is the hidden object that Mitsuri mentioned before. Then we discover that the blacksmith boy did not want to give a key to Takedo and also wanted to teach him how to use it. And our protagonist was watching everything behind from a tree and thought he should intervene, but the pillar got angry, cut the blacksmith's throat, leaving him unconscious. It is then that Tanjiro ran towards them and told Takedo to let go, but the pillar punched him in the stomach and insulted him for being weak. Later, we see that Takedo got angry and told the blacksmith boy that he was selfish for refusing to give up something trivial, and that people could have died while holding his key. Followed by this, Tanjiro intervened to defend the boy. Said that swordsmiths were vital for swordsmen, but Takedo cut the protagonist's neck and left him unconscious because he didn't want to listen to any more boring speeches. And after a while, Tanjiro finally wakes up and asks Hakonasuka if he was ever there. But the blacksmith lies to him and says, no. Then he questions him about Takedo, and the boy replies that he gave him the key to get rid of him. And although he is sad about what happened, the little boy thanks the protagonist for defending him during the argument. Then he asks about the man who was with them, but is told that it was a mechanical doll that needed a key to work, and then the young blacksmith says that the combat doll can perform 108 movements and overpower a person after hearing a loud noise. They realize that Takedo activated the doll, and later the protagonist and the blacksmith see the pillar fight against the mechanical doll in an intense fight. The blacksmith explains that it was built by his ancestors and that it is called Yurichi Tiparo, and later Tanjiro asks why it has 6 arms, to which the boy replies that it is because the person it was based on had such a fast movement speed that 6 arms were needed to replicate it, and in that Tanjiro recognizes the face of the underscore made of wood but can't remember who it is. Then he questions the blacksmith who the person was, but even he doesn't know, and suddenly he is amazed at the 300-year-old technology that still hasn't been matched today, and the blacksmith comments that if it breaks, no one could fix it. It is at that moment that he understands why the puppet means so much to him, and as he watches Takedo fight, He is surprised that someone so young has so much talent. It is then that the crow of the pillar tells him that Takedo is so strong because he is descended from a person who could use the sun breath, and after that, the protagonist starts to look closely at the pillar and realizes that he doesn't actually use the sun breath. Suddenly, the crow bites Tanjiro because he considers that those words were an insult to his owner, and while the animal was biting the protagonist's cheeks, he remembers that the puppet is the same as the guy in his dream, but the crow criticizes his claims of knowing someone from the Zengoku period, and for his part, the blacksmith realizes that maybe he saw a memory from the past, and that maybe it is one of his ancestors to which the protagonist who thought he had lost. His mind is happy that his claims are not exaggerated, and after the above, he asks the boy's name, who replies that his name is KIMETSU. Suddenly they hear a loud bang when Takedo hits the doll, causing great damage, and seeing that, KIMETSU runs away distressed, but Tanjiro finds him and offers him help. KIMETSU arrives to try to fix the doll since he believes that he will not be able to do anything due to his little knowledge. However, the protagonist convinces him that he should give his best, since if they do not achieve anything, the small progress will serve future generations, so that they can solve the problem that they could not. And at that moment, the protagonist comments that he wants to defeat Muzan and save Nezuko, although he knows that he may die before achieving it, but still has hope that someone else will do it for him. And after that, the prot grabs KIMETSU's hand and tells him that they must do everything they can together, which makes the young blacksmith cry and be inspired to move forward. While they return to the place where the doll was, they see Takedo, who returns after finishing his training session, and in that, Oppler mentions that his own sword broke during practice, and that now he will use one of the dolls in this way. Both discover that that piler accidentally took an arm from his wooden rival, and after the above, KIMETSU runs towards the doll, while Takedo orders Tanjiro to get rid of his old sword by throwing himself at his head. Then the protagonist notices that Takedo does not have bad intentions, but that his crow does have unpleasant attitudes, and while the rain was falling, KIMETSU was sad to see the damaged doll, but Tanjiro wanted to test if it still worked, so when they put it upright and turned the key, they were surprised to see that Yoshiri Typico still worked, and in that we can see that KIMETSU was angry with Takedo, and that he wanted the protagonist to train with the doll to defeat him, but fighting the wooden underscore was very difficult because he was very fast, and Tanjiro couldn't land a single hit, and for his part, KIMETSU was scathing and analytical and repeatedly insulted the pillar and taught Tanjiro how to fight better against his wooden opponent, so the boy forced him to train without eating or drinking so he would try harder. But Tanjiro still couldn't land a hit, and finally, the protagonist passed out in the middle of the battle, exhausted and hungry. It is at that moment that he had a dream where it seemed like he was walking to the afterlife on a bridge, but accidentally fell into the river, and while he was surrounded by dark water, he suddenly felt a warm massage and saw a shiny stone at the bottom, and after touching it, it awakened something in his brain, and he continued the battle. In this way, we discover that the prot now detects a new smell, and that because of this, Tanjiro was able to better dodge the doll's attacks, and despite being exhausted, he was finally able to land a hit, and KIMETSU rewarded with food followed by a short rest. We see that Tanjiro feels much better and manages to regain all his strength, and is now doing a better job with Yorichi Tip 0, and soon we learn that the proto can see his movements before they happen thanks to this new smell. They manage to perceive so soon after the proto manages to dodge his opponent's blows, and after this he places himself in a favorable position for the deadly counterattack, and in the middle of the attack, Tanjiro pauses because he does not want to destroy something that is too valuable to KIMETSU. However, the blacksmith asks him to attack without fear, and that in case it breaks, he will do his best to repair it, and after hearing the above, the proto decides to give it his all and try to get the decisive blow right in the middle of that. The doll almost hits him and cuts his hair, but Tanjiro turns his body and avoids his attack, and then makes contact with his rival, breaking the sword he was using and falling to the ground, and without hesitation, KIMETSU runs towards him, and the hunter apologizes for the broken sword, but the blacksmith does not care, and suddenly they hear how the doll's body opens from that was hit, and the head crumbles to reveal that it is a sword. Hidden inside it is then that Tanjiro and KIMETSU cannot believe what they see, and that it is a sword of more. Then 300 years after hitting Yoriichi Type 0, the boys get very excited to see the sword. So much is the emotion that the blood rose, and they turned red and hyperventilated then, KIMETSU asks the protagonist to keep the sword, adding that it is destiny that wants him to keep the object, to which Tanjiro responds that it is a simple coincidence, but we can notice that deep down. He is excited, and after this the blacksmith boy explains that the weapon is from the Zangoku period, so it will surely be of very good quality, and after a tug of war he gets the protagonist to decide to keep the sword, and when they vein it, they find it completely rusted, to which both are disappointed but quickly say that they must give it maintenance, and that it was to be expected that something like that would happen suddenly. They felt strong footsteps that shook the ground, so they turned their heads and they saw Yutaro Tugonosa, who now is extremely muscular. It is then that the proto mentioned that he had been looking for him, but that the blacksmith did not respond, and that he finally threw the sword. Ground and confused by the childish behavior of the man, Kokonomori joined them, who showed that tickling his sides, Otaru, would tire him out and calm him down for a while, and with calm, restored Koso spoke with Tanjiro and explained that Otaru had secluded himself in the mountains to train, make a sword that would not break for him, and added that he appreciated Tanjiro very much for believing in him to be his sword, since other demon slayers did not like him, which KIMETSU attributed to his poor social skills. And then Otaru woke up and excitedly declared that he should polish and restore the rusty blade of the sword they found earlier immediately. KIMETSU noted that he could have said so at first, causing the muscular blacksmith to angrily grab him at the same time. Tangro and Koso quickly tickled him until he was exhausted, saving the boy easily, and before leaving, Otaru provided our protagonist with a native blade to use for the moment, which the swordsman Shin appreciated. Very much the next day in the Tanjiro village, he comments on Hataru and says that he tends to be very intense, which is why his swords are so sharp that they have accidentally killed several people, and soon becomes worried for the boy's safety, and notes that even he can't see the process, so he later shares his concerns with Yenga. But he doesn't care about the situation and demands that he not treat him so familiarly, and it's as if Tanjiro is confused by his refusal, and Yenga explains that it's because the protagonist had broken his arm during the entrance exam of hunters, to which the protagonist replies that he did that because Yenga was hurting a girl, and after the above, he offers him a rice cracker, but the boy breaks it. Angrily, and while speaking, Tanjiro remembers that the boy is missing a tooth. But now it seems that a new one grew by magic, and when Yenga realizes the above, he immediately gets serious and asks the protagonist to leave his room. It is then that an act of pure innocence and goodwill of the protagonist tells his colleague that he found his tooth and saved it, to give it to him, and after saying that, he takes out that thing and gives it to him, which obviously displeases Yenga and makes him enraged by how disgusting the situation is, and after this, he kicks him out of his room, and later in his room, while straining Netsuko's hair. The protagonist reflects on Yenga's constant anger and thinks that maybe it's because he didn't have dinner. And later, while walking back home from the hot springs, a warrior comes across an ornate vase on the steps, and when trying to grab at something, he pulls it in and crushes it until it is trapped inside. Then we see that Gyoku appears and criticizes the blacksmith's taste, saying that he wants to destroy the village to have the demon hunters, and meanwhile we see Gengu, another crescent moon that appears in the place and decides to kill everyone in the place as Musang ordered, and for his part Yenga finds his brothers Nikirinto's sword in the blacksmith's cabin and reflects on his past at the same time in another place. We can notice that the protagonist is sleeping when Takedo wakes him up and asks him about the whereabouts of his new blacksmith, to which Tanjiro suggests that he may be with Jotaro and offers to accompany him to look for him. Then Takedo is surprised by Tanjiro's altruistic attitude and accepts the help, and then we see that Natsuko also wakes up and is excited to go with them. It is then that Tokido finds Netsuko strange, but cannot explain why. Then we see that the three of them start to think about it for a couple of minutes, and suddenly the protagonist and Takedo hear a noise outside his room. And when the door opens, Gengu appears, who is crying and upset for no apparent reason. It is then that both are surprised by his sudden appearance, but quickly assume that the demon is a crescent moon, and moments later the pillar unsheaths his sword and uses a special tunic and runs towards the demon and tries to cut him, but fails and only makes a small cut. And after the above, we see that Gengu is now on the roof, begging them to stop tormenting him while he heals. Then we can notice that the prot is a little nervous by the power of his rival, but in the same way he uses the dance of the sun god to fight, but also fails to make contact with Gengu, because now he is on the ground, and after the above the people realize that the demon is not defending himself. And that confuses Tanjiro even more, and due to the battle, Nukuru grows in size and kicks a powerful enemy, crashing into the demon standing while Tokido attacks the one in front of him, but before Tokido can reach the demon with his sword, this uses a leaf-shaped fan and expels a powerful gust of wind, destroying the room even more, forcing Netsuko to hold Tanjiro so that he does not fly away too. And after the above, the characters realize that Gengu split into two other demons who make fun of Takedo, so the protagonist tries to plan an attack, but is interrupted by Sakido, who summons lightning bolts of electricity with his weapon, paralyzing the brothers in place. And at that moment, Jinny appears on the roof and shoots him with his double-barreled shotgun, decapitating Sekuden's neck. Karaku immediately afterwards, Genja with his sword runs down to finish off Kakaru, who is in a state of ecstasy when attacking the protagonist. And as the demons heal and form new bodies and heads, Tanjiro realizes that decapitating the Losos is not the way to kill them, but does not find any weak point, since they all heal at the same rate, and is suddenly stopped by a demon next door, escaping from Nezuko. And after this, he asks his sister for help to go with Yanga, but if Aura sees him impaled by a demon who has a spear at the same time, the demon next to him insults him for caring about others and prepares to attack. So Tanjiro tries to use a dance of the sun god to defeat his rival, but is interrupted by a loud scream that makes him bleed, and that is why he only manages to cut off the demon's legs, for falling to the ground and hurting himself. And despite feeling numb and not being able to hear anything, Tanjiro tries to get up to save the village. But when he realizes that the demon's leg is still holding him, he sees that he is about to be attacked again. And meanwhile, Takato lands safely away from the scene, but sees a fish-shaped demon trying to attack a child who does not know how to fight. And although Takedo thinks that helping the child is a priority, he realizes that finding and defeating the main body of the demon is more important to protect the village. It is then that he remembers Tanjiro's words about helping the rest, and that's why in the end, he decides to help the little boy and fight the demon roughly, and then when the demon squeezes Katetsu until he is unconscious, we see that the pillar appears and cuts off the monster's arm to save him, and after that he asks him to flee while he fights against the enemy, and then the demon heals and throws himself on him, but the pillar decapitates him with a blow, and to his surprise, the monster continues moving and his head grows back. It is then that Takedo notices a vase on the back of the underscore and cuts it, finally killing him and confirming that he was created by a demonic blood technique. Then we see that Katetsu clings to Takedo, thanking him for saving his life and apologizing for having insulted him. And after that, Takedo says that he has no idea what he is talking about and asks him to get down. However, Katetsu begs him to save Aoso. Who is being attacked, and explains that Jotaro is sharpening a sword day and night without rest. And at first, Takedo tries to ignore him, but suddenly he remembers Kaga's words, who motivates him to keep going. It is then that he remembers when Kayagwa visited him while he was recovering from a demonic attack, and then tells him that he only thinks about surviving and that as long as he is alive his lost memories will return in time. And after this, the leader informs Takedo not to lose the opportunity, since even insignificant events can trigger him to eventually clear his mind and Taking into account Kaga's words, Takedo carries Koteto on his shoulder and runs through the forest to save Koso and Jotaro. It is then that he thinks that he could endanger the rest of the village, and although he doubts his decision, Takedo reaffirms his self-confidence too. Try to save them all, and returning to the proto, we see that he cuts off half of the demon's head to the side. While trying to launch another sonic attack, however, instead of stopping it, the halves become new mouths and fire at him, and despite being stunned, Tanjiro realizes that the attack has greatly weakened the demon, which means that the four demons share a power in common, and then they realize that. In the tongue of each demon there is an emotion engraved, and soon they see that the demon next to it is the manifestation of joy, and with that information, Tanjiro attacks, but the demon reappears and launches another sonic blow. But fortunately, he manages to dodge it and realizes that the demonic flesh of his sword has disappeared, and after the above, the demon attacks again, cutting first his left shoulder and then his right shoulder before throwing him against a tree. Followed by this, Tanjiro receives more cuts on his forearm, shoulder, and chest muscle while the demon continues his avalanche of blows, and despite everything, Tanjiro manages to cut off his head just when the demon tries to cut his back, and despite the fact that the enemy heals quickly, the protagonist runs towards him and manages to cut his neck once more. And in this way, the demon next to it falls to the ground, but then regenerates again and flies again. And at that moment, Genjuro realizes that he cannot help Netsuko or Genja, so he begs them to stay alive. At the same time, in a few meters, we see that Netsuko fights against Karaku, while Yenga tries to move with a gun stuck in his chest. Sakido then angrily orders the demon of pleasure to quickly tear off his limbs. But Karaku wants to enjoy the fight and tells the demon of anger to help issue, and after this, the demon of pain tries to kill Netsuko, but can't get his gun out, which gives Genya the opportunity to shoot him and make his head explode. After what happened, we can see that Sakido is furious at his partner's slow thinking, and despite his wounds, Genja counterattacks, which makes Sito demand that his head be cut in half. It is then that his demon ally obeys and swings his gun down, but to everyone's surprise, he fails completely, and suddenly everyone sees how Yenga appears behind him and tries to cut his neck, but is surprised by Seikuedo's electricity. However, the hunter manages to pull the trigger of his shotgun, and in this way, he manages to cut off the right hand of one of the enemies, and after the above, the demon of anger refuses to believe that Yenga is still alive despite his injuries, and after this, another of those demons hits the hunter with his weapon, and in this way manages to send him through another room, and in that we see that Karaku wants to fight Yenga, so he kicks Nezuko in the torso and hits her repeatedly. Meanwhile, the other demons argue about what they should do with her. However, Nezuko manages to kick her opponent in the jaw and partially cuts his neck before tearing off his hand. Then the demon of pleasure cures his seal, but the protagonist's sister uses her own blood and manages to use her demonic flame to damage her rival. Followed by that, we see that Nezuko twists her hand and uses a fan to throw Karaku away with a strong wind, and then tries to do the same with Sakido, although he hits her with his weapon and electrocutes her. But returning to the protagonist, we see that he has been fighting a demon next to it. It's then that he suffers a cut on his cheek and realizes that Nezuko and Genja are in a nearby building, and then he thinks of a plan to help them, but he can't find an alternative because his rival is too strong to think about anything else. Then the demon rushes towards Tanjiro, but he manages to dodge it and cuts his feet, and after that, our protagonist asks Etsuko and Agia to stay alive, and after thinking about that, he is willing to give his all to survive and be able to go help them. But returning to the other battle, we see that one of the demons approaches Genja's body and realizes that he is still alive, which obviously impresses him considering the amount of damage he received, and suddenly the hunter gets up and begins to quote a Buddhist prayer, which causes the monster to feel fear since he does not know why Genja keeps getting up, despite being a human, to which the hunter laughs and introduces himself and demands that his rival remember his name because he will be the one to exterminate him. And on the other hand, the protagonist continues to plot ideas to be able to get out of the fight alive and have time to support to his friends. Is then that he manages to improvise a plan, so he starts running towards Netsuko and Yenga, And when the flying monster sees that, immediately chases him and tries to attack him, but the protagonist already knew that was going to happen, and managed to dodge the attack and then stab his sword in the head, seriously wounding the monster, and the impact is so deep that both end up reaching the building where Netsuko and Jinya were fighting against the rest of the monsters. And at that moment, the protagonist discovers that both his sister and his colleague were put against the ropes, but luckily they are still alive, and without a doubt the protagonist launches himself to save Nezuko, but the enemy tries to prevent it using his lightning powers. However, the protagonist uses one of the other demons' limbs to prevent the electrical power from damaging him, and when the beast realizes the above, he feels fear, and after this he thinks that the hunter adapts quickly to combat. Then Tanjiro takes the opportunity he created to cut his opponent's face, and without waiting a second longer uses the same method to take away the electric spear Nezuko and free it, and after the inside. The enemy tries to subdue the protagonist, but his sister, without hesitation, he steps in and helps him using his demonic blood technique, and in this way that demon is enveloped in destructive fire and suffers colossal damage. But unfortunately for our heroes, another monster appears and uses an air pressure technique to crush the brothers. Then we see that both Tanjiro and Netsuko lie unconscious in the rubble of the building, and after this the attack on the blacksmith village begins, and soon several lesser and powerful demons appear to destroy everything, although fortunately Mitsuri is nearby and receives the message in time, so without hesitation she goes to the village to help. And all this we can see that Takedo carries Kitetsu on his shoulder and asks him if he is going in the right direction, to which Kitetsu responds affirmatively. And soon they see a demon fish trying to climb a tree to reach harassment. It is then that Takedo runs forward and cuts the demon's vase, killing it, and thus saving the blacksmith. Then we see that Keizo and Kitetsu were relieved to see that they are safe, while the Mist Pillar questions if his sword is finished yet. The blacksmith then looks at the pillar's sword and realizes it is very worn, and after this he tells him that he will give him his new weapon. However, Kitetsu interrupts the discussion by stating that Jotaro is still in danger, and that is why. Keizo opens the way and points out a work shed that contains a blade that the pillar can use to protect the village chief, and then, as they go deeper into the forest, Takedo pushes the blacksmith back and notices something is approaching. At that moment he sees a porcelain vase rolling out of the bushes, and Yoko emerges, and immediately the monster notices that Takedo is a pillar. But returning to the blacksmith's village, we can see that Yoko's fish demons are desperately attacking the place, and the villagers are uniting to protect the cazadores' weapons and the chief. And when things were getting too ugly, Mitsuri appears and cuts a vase and saves the group that was cornered behind a house, and despite her delay, she begins to kill all the demons, which obviously surprises the blacksmiths. At the same time, in Tekken's house we see that suddenly a giant demon fish grabs the chief and crushes him to death, and in that we can notice that his assistant tries to save him, but the demon is too fast and strong for him, and at that moment Mitsuri appears and asks the assistant to stay still because he is hurt. And then the blacksmith is surprised to see the strange whip sword Nikurento forged by Tekken. Then the demon roars, and Mitsuri uses the breath of love to defend himself, and with his whip sword he cuts the demon's body into pieces, killing him instantly. And after the fight, the pillar worries about the unfair damage that the others suffered, and at the same time we can notice how the demon burns and Chief Tekken is about to fall, but Mitsuri catches him. Then the village chief jokes, saying that now he is being held by a young and beautiful woman, which makes Mitsuri scolded him jokingly that Tanjiro is woken up by a strange smell and see Etsuko carrying him on her back, while Sakido tries to attack them with his lightning. Followed by that, we can see that the building is destroyed by multiple lightning bolts, and the brothers are stunned. And after this, Tanjiro gets up just in time to see Yurogi running towards them to attack them. Then he moves out of the way of the demon and takes Netsuko through another building, and after this, Sakido orders the destruction of the area. And Karaku follows the hunters, and then he enters the building and sees them but misses his attack when they turn the corner, and then in a long hallway Karaku catches them and launches a powerful gust of wind, destroying everything and sending The brothers flying, and while they fall, Netsuko grabs Tanjiro's sword, surprising us, and then with the area destroyed, the Gengu manifestations begin to search for them. At the same time, we can see that Netsuko is trapped under heavy rubble, but the Proto tries to free her and asks her to drop the sword, but she grabs it even tighter, strong, and cuts his fingers, covering the blade with his blood, and meanwhile Sakito and Kariko wait for the dust to settle to kill them. Followed by this, we can see that Gyoku appears and asks Takedo if he can speak before killing him, and after this the demon shows them a creation of his, and we discover that it refers to a pot full of mangled bodies of blacksmiths with swords embedded in all of them. And as expected, Keizo and Kokitsu recognize all the victims, and soon Gyoko shows that they are still alive by Tsura Katana and making them scream in agony. And as Takedo sees this, he gets angry and attacks the crescent moon, but the Daimyo demon gets into his vase and appears in another place. However, Takedo cuts the vase and Guako curses the pillar for destroying it. Then he points out that the demon can die by decapitation, unlike Gengu, and after that Gyoku grabs a vase and calls two demonic goldfish who launch an attack with their needles, and thanks to their abilities, Takedo, he dodges all of his opponent's blows, but the demons notice that two blacksmiths who are nearby are also attacking them. However, the pillar steps in to protect them and receives several needles in his body, and despite this he orders them to leave and hide. So the blacksmiths flee while Takedo stays to fight. Then we see that the demon enjoys when he sees the wounded pillar and asks him if he feels the paralysis of the poison, and after the above, Jako insults Takedo for saving people who are not important. But these words resonate in the mind of the pillar. Then he remembers when someone told him that his life was worthless, which causes a part of his memories to return, and after the above, he gets upset because his rival does not shut up, and after this, he attacks him to try to cut him. However, Gyoko creates a pot with his demon blood technique to trap the pillar inside a water prison, and after achieving it, we can notice that he delights in seeing that Takedo runs out of air and comments that by destroying the villages, the hunters, they will be defenseless and will be able to finish off Kagaya. Then the pillar tries to break free but can't break the water prison, and Gyoko gloats over his victory. Returning to the protagonist, we see that he continues to beg Netsuko to drop her sword, but suddenly she engulfs him in flames with her explosive blood technique, and after this, he observes how it changes color to a bright red. Then the protagonist hears a voice that comments on the samurai's sword that has changed color during the fight, and in this way, we see that the protagonist sees through the memories of his ancestor, Sumiyoshi, and after realizing the above, he realizes that the girl is talking about the samurai who wears the same earrings as him. At that moment, Tanjiro sees a sequence where that warrior holds the sword and comes to the conclusion that both his and his can change properties, thanks to an external intervention, and in Tanjiro's case, it is due to Netsuko's blood. After this, the protagonist thinks about everything he has experienced and comments that despite having trained a lot and gained some confidence in his strength, he realized that stronger demons always appear, and comments that his body, unlike monsters, is more vulnerable to injury and cannot regenerate so quickly. But despite that, he wants to continue fighting to return the favor to the people who once saved his life, and because of this, the protagonist mentions that he does not fight alone. Since all his colleagues share the same dream, which is to defeat demons to prevent more innocent people from dying, and prepared to respond to those feelings, Tanjiro faces Yurogi, Kariku, and Sakito, and in the middle of the fight, one of the beasts is amused to see him with a new weapon, and Yurogi states that he will never help him again, and then flies to kill him. However, Sakito notices the bright red blade, and through Muzan's memories, he realizes that it belonged to the sword that he cornered and almost killed his leader, and soon Tanjiro sees how the scar on his head turns into a fire mark and prepares to attack, and suddenly the enemies see the image of the mysterious swordsman behind the protagonist, and after it, previous Tanjiro uses the Expo dance of the sun god technique, and in one fluid motion, similar to a dragon Dr. Capetta, the three demons now confident that he can kill the clones he searches for, the last monster, which is Gengu, hoping to eradicate it once and for all, and shortly after that, our protagonist sees Yenga alone in the forest. and notices that he has already killed the demon Izetsu, but when he calls him, he sees that Yenga has fangs in his mouth and his eyes are black and yellow, which leaves them all in shock. Tanjiro is amazed to see that Yenga has a demonic appearance, so he doesn't know whether to approach him or not. And at the same time, we can see that Karaku is screaming in pain after the last attack of his opponent, and it seems that he can't heal. Then we see that Sakito gets angry because the pleasure demon is screaming too loud, but comments that in reality, he is just healing himself. He is doing it. More slowly it is then that Tanjiro realizes that Izetsu has also been decapitated, but realizes that even cutting off the heads of the 4 manifestations won't kill him, so there's no point in attacking him further. And after realizing this, he uses his sword to free Nezuko from the rubble, and the siblings hug each other in relief. And after recognizing the smell of the 4 demons, Tanjiro comes to realize that there is another disturbing smell that he must find on the battlefield. And suddenly, Yenga grabs him by the neck and angrily yells at him not to get arrogant, telling him that he will kill the crescent moon. Then the boy tells the protagonist that he did not defeat the 6th crescent alone, but received help from other hunters, and when the protagonist hears this, he is not afraid to admit that it is true. Then Tanjiro tells Yenga that he was fooling around and asks him to loosen his grip, so Yenga squeezes him tighter and declares that he will become a pillar before anyone else. And instead of hurting him, the protagonist happily tells him that he and Nezuko will support him on his journey. And he says that there is a 5th demon hiding out there. At first, Yenga doesn't believe him and thinks that Tenir is trying to lower his guard, but then he sees his eyes shining and realizes that he is being serious, and suddenly Teniro pushes Yenga aside when lightning starts to fall around them, so Sakito, Karaku, and Yurogi have completely regenerated, and after that the protagonist asks Yenga to go with Nezuko and face the clones, while he goes away to look for the 5th monster that is hidden in this way. The fight continues, and we see that Yenga shoots at Yurogi, while Suku fights against Karaku, who launches a gust of wind that almost hits our protagonist. And thanks to the wind, the smell of the hot springs in the town goes away and Tanjiro's nose clears, allowing him to use his sense of smell again. And soon, he focuses on the smell of the 5th demon and locates it somewhere among the nearby bushes, and it turns out to be Jengu, who is scared and crying and is sure that his emotional manifestations will kill the demon hunters. And after the above, Tanjiro calls Yenga, and they head towards the forest to find the demon, and after this he wanted to move and orders Yurogi to get in the way of the hunter, and now fighting against the demon of joy. However, one night as he and his brothers were getting ready to sleep, Yenga stayed awake and realized that his mother had not yet returned home. And for his part, Sanemi, who could not sleep either, decided to go look for her while Yenga stayed behind to take care of his younger brothers. And although Yenga wanted to accompany them, Inemi reminded him of his promise, and then while Inemi was leaving, all his brothers woke up. It is then that the little children also became worried when their mother did not arrive home, since dawn was very close. And after the above, Yenga quickly ran to greet their mother, but seeing a strange figure behind the window, Yenga warned them not to open the door, since it could be that it was not her. However, the door swung open and the figure entered the house at full speed, instantly killing 4 of his brothers, and after doing that, he cut Yenga's face and jumped to the roof, breaking the lamp and leaving him unable to see his attacker, and due to his ignorance, Yenga thought it was a wolf. But just at that moment, Sanemi appeared outside and intercepted the monster. He then begged his brothers to bear their wounds while he went to look for help and ran out of the house to find Sanemi. And then when dawn broke, he reached the end of the street and saw his brother covered in blood and dazed, looking at the the body of his mother, and in his pain, Yenga hugged the corpse and demanded answers, asking him why he had killed his mother, calling him a murderer, while Inemi looked at him in shock, remembering that moment. Yenga apologized to his brother for accusing him so harshly and remembered how the lifeless bodies of his brothers grew cold that day, and soon he discovered that what he thought was a wolf turned out to be the mother transformed into a demon. After this, Yenga reflects on what Sanemi must have experienced that night, fighting and killing the mother whom he loved so much, and being unfairly singled out by the brother, lonely who always protected. And after this, he also remembers a day much earlier when Sanemi and he were walking down the street with many supplies, and his brother pointed out that now they should be the protectors of the family. And although Yenga felt relieved that his father was dead, Sanemi mentioned that everyone else would feel lonely without a father figure, and that from that day on, they should take care of their mother and siblings. Yenga responded by saying that that is precisely what he has always wanted to do, which made Sanemi smile, and feeling like he might die without having the chance to apologize. Yenga is happy by his brother's smile, and that it is the last thing he will see as his life flashes before his eyes. Then he criticizes himself, telling himself that he has no special abilities, and that since he can't use a breathing technique, it means he could never become a pillar. And despite all his efforts, he feels like it has all been for nothing. And soon he remembers when Sanemi insulted him, denying that they were brothers, and ordering them to leave the Demon Slayer cores, and tearfully begs him for an answer, wanting to know why Sanemi rejected him like that. And in an instant, Tanjiro screams Yenga's name and urges him not to give up, yet running forward to cut off Seikueto's hand and save his colleague, and to calm him down. Our Proto tells Yenga to try again, and to never give up, reminding him of his wish to become a pillar, and suddenly a two appears behind them and uses his weeping spears, thrusting his weapon to fire projections of his items at them. And although they are caught in the attack, Tanjiro realizes they are not hurt and turns his head to see Yenga standing in front of him with numerous puncture wounds, and acknowledging that he can't decapitate the demon. Yenga tells Tanjiro to do it instead. We then see I2 lunge at him, and Yenga fires a shotgun at the demon, and after the above, Tanjiro runs through the forest, identifies the smell of the fifth demon, and sees Jengo escaping while the fifth upper moon flees. Tanjiro manages to see him and chases him, and then when the demon enters an open place without obstacles or cover, the demon hunter swings his bright red sword towards the fifth crescent moon with the objective of eliminating it. It is then that the Jengu demon receives a mortal blow, and the fourth crescent moon screams in pain while the sword burns him, and despite that, we see that Tanjiro is determined not to give up and continues attacking. Suddenly, something appears from behind and surprises the protagonist, and soon notices a scent and realizes that the new smell is different from the previous demons. Then Tanjiro stands firm, but can no longer cut Jengu's neck because the flames of Suk are extinguished, and at that moment Yenga warns the protagonist to stay away and points his gun at the demon, but cannot shoot for fear of hurting Tanjiro. And at this moment, the demon forms a dagger and hits a drum, creating a powerful shockwave, sends Tanjiro flying back, and from the center of the explosion, 5 enormous dragons form in such a way that they carry Tanjiro into the air, and as he struggles to stay held on, the dragons try to catch him with their jaws, forcing him to jump and dodge. It is then that Tanjiro almost falls into the mouth of one of the dragons, but Nezuko saves him by pushing him, although in the process she suffers a bite. But her arm and leg heal quickly, and soon they both land on the ground and find themselves in front of the new demon. It is at that moment that the demon accuses them of tormenting the weak, calling the terrible villains. Tanjiro is surprised to see him, but realizes that he cannot see or feel the other 4 demons from before, and at the same time, we see that Yenga comments that this new monster was created after Jingu absorbed one of its copies, then reveals that in another place the rest of the demons merged, which resulted in this new creature, and soon Lenga comments that this underscore is the fusion of all the other bugs except the original body, and after the above, that new warrior plays a drum and covers Jengu in a wooden barrier, and after the above, the demon looked with fury at the protagonist, and the latter is surprised by the overwhelming aura of the enemy and soon realizes that due to the above it is difficult for him to smell and breathe, and for his part, Yenga also froze in pure terror and trembled uncontrollably upon witnessing the power of his rival, and despite his fear, Tanjiro angrily asks him why he is calling him a villain, to which the beast replies that it was because they tormented the weak, and gives as an example the attempt to decapitate little Jengu, and upon hearing these words, Tanjiro asked the demon how he could call Jengu weak, commenting that they smelled like the blood of hundreds of victims, and after that the protagonist raises his sword and says that he will cut off his head, and upon seeing this, the demon of hatred is surprised and asks Tanjiro if he has finished speaking, and then questioned him if among the people Jengu killed was someone from his family, which the protagonist is surprised to hear and answers no. And immediately the creature tells him that if that is the case, he should not get angry about the fight that has nothing to do with him. However, the protagonist does not agree with that, since it does not seem right to him that innocent people who do not present any kind of threat die. And after hearing the above, the demon believes that his actions are justified and considers the protagonist's words irrelevant. Then Tangy counterattacks him, stating that to help people he does not need a reason, and states that a demon could never understand him, and as expected, this insult annoyed the demon, who, in response, hits his drum and sends the dragons after the protagonist. Meanwhile, we can notice that Takedo is still trapped inside the water prison, and notices that Gyoko turns her attention to the inside of the shed behind him, and at that, the underscore wonders why it is so important, and dives back into his vase. It is then that Takedo determines that he has some oxygen left in his lungs and decides to use a different technique to escape, and in this way, he uses the mist breathing, but the blade of his sword does not pierce the water at that moment. Takedo resigns himself to the thought that he will not be able to escape, and after this he begins to reflect on Kaga, and in this way, he tells his leader that more will go, and that he believes that it will be necessary to find 2 new pillars. Because of his guilt, and in this unexpected way, Tanjiro appears and asks Takedo why he thinks that way, pointing out that nobody can be sure of what can happen in the future, and as expected, Takedo gets confused because he had never heard those words from Tanjiro and wonders who told them to him, and meanwhile in the shed, Keizo confronts Gyoko with a knife and tries to prevent him from El Paso. It is then that the 5th Crescent gets bored of his useless attempt to stop him and jokingly asks him if he thinks he can fight against him, and then the monster creates a vase in his hand and attacks. It's a blacksmith with powerful jets of water breaking his knife and causing wounds, and then Gyoko asks why he protects the shed so much, and before receiving an answer, the enemy manages to see that Jotaro is polishing Tanjiro's sword, and while the blacksmith is amazed by the quality of the steel, Gyoko watches him and determines that he is not the leader due to his age. It is then that he calls Jotaro to get his attention, but the blacksmith continues, concentrated on his work without paying attention to him, and at that moment, the demon in the form of a vase gets upset and comments that he feels defeated, as in all. So he points his pot and launches the jet of water, causing several cuts on Jotaro's body, and after being stunned, Gyoko attacks again and causes more wounds, even breaking his mask, but the swordsmith remains calm and continues polishing the blade of that ancient sword, and soon Gyoko is horrified by Jotaro's willpower, and in that, the blacksmith comments that that sword is exceptional, and it seems strange to him that its creator has not signed it with a name, and while KSO tries to make his companion escape, Gyoko gets angry because he is ignoring him, and after this, he says that killing the blacksmith would be too easy, so he decides that first he will make him lose concentration, and then he will eliminate him, and on the other hand, we see that as Takedo's vision begins to fade, he realizes that he will soon die. However, Tanjiro tells him that it is not him who should decide when his life ends, and after this, the Proto mentions that he should never give up, and that someone will come to help him, to which Takedo comments that it makes no sense to leave something in the hands of others, and the Proto responds that a single person can do very little compared to what a group can do, and at that moment, the Pillar mentions that no one can help him because everyone is weaker than him, and after saying that, he comments that everything that is happening is his fault, since he believes that he should have done things in a better way. And then Takedo reflects and realizes that he himself trusted his abilities because of being a pillar, and that is why he ends up like this too. Which that Spiritual image of the proto responds that that is true, but that in the same way, he does not lose the hope, since surely someone will come to give him a hand. And while the pillar mentions that he is going to die, for his own mistake suddenly hears the sound of blows against the water, and in this way, discovers that KIMETSU is desperately trying to stab the prison with a knife, and seeing this, Takedo comments that the young blacksmith will not be able to help him since not even a pillar could break the water prison. And after the above, he suggests to KIMETSU that he meet with the village chief and take him some swords from the shed to guard them, and suddenly, Takedo sees behind Kotet a demon fish with blades that is about to attack the children. It is then that the pillar tries to get Kotetsu's attention to escape, but the demon attacks and cuts Kotetsu's arms and shoulder, and as expected, Takedo begins to panic and tells Kotetsu to run away. But the demon stabbed the young blacksmith, and seeing that the pillar believes that Kotetsu is going to die, but is surprised when the boy gets up again to try to free him immediately, the young blacksmith puts his mouth on the water cage and manages to pass some air in the form of bubbles too. The pillar in this way, Takedo receives oxygen, and at that moment he sees again that spiritual image of the protagonist who tells him that helping others is good, since emotions always come back for good. And at that moment, that image of Tanjiro vanishes, and another person appears in the place who turns out to be Takedo's father. Then that person tells him that people usually overcome their limitations when they are in pursuit of the community. After all the above, Takedo regains his strength and uses his other special technique, with which he manages to escape from the water prison already out of mortal danger. The pillar tells him that he managed to remember his father, and Tanjiro has the same eye color. And then we see that Takedo manages to free himself from the water prison, and after escaping, the pillar of fog writhes in pain as he extracts the needles from his body, and then notices Kotetsu lying on the ground, and soon sees how the little demons begin to group together to attack. And at that moment, Kato finds himself unable to move, and suddenly before him appears the spirit of the boy's father and assures him that he will be very well. It is then that Takedo remembers how his father used to give him speeches, and that they used to work together, cutting down trees, and soon he realizes that he fondly treasures those moments. And in this way, we see the memories of Pilar, and yes, he had a quiet life, but one day, he and his father discover his mother resting exhausted in bed, to which Takedo tells her to try to hold on since his father went to look for medicinal herbs to heal his wife. However, her temperature is still very high, so Takedo begins to spray water to relieve her, and followed by this, we see the father on the mountain trying to collect medicinal flowers in the intense rain, and suddenly slips and falls and later dies, and soon his mother suffers the same fate. And as is to be expected, Takedo is deeply saddened since he is left alone at only 11 years old, although soon he corrects himself because he remembers that he had a twin brother named Yuichiro. And in a memory, we see how the two of them head to his house, and on the way, Takedo tells Yuro that having compassion is useless. However, Yuro does not agree and responds by telling him that helping others can be beneficial, and soon realizes that is what his father used to say before he died. And after the above, Yushiro mentions that his old man died trying to save his mother. And although it was a noble act, it had a bad ending, and as expected, Takedo tells him that it was obvious that his father was not afraid of death, since he was willing to put himself in risk in order to find those flowers, since he most likely knew that a life without his beloved would have been worse than death itself. It is then that Yushiro argues, saying that some herbs would not have cured her, so in short, it was a senseless act, and adds that if he had not gone out in that storm, his mother would be the only one to die. And as expected, this infuriates Takedo, and tells him not to say such cruel things, followed by that future. Pilar cries a lot, and seeing that her brother tells her that she lives up to her name, which means useless. And after the above, we see Takedo thinking to himself and comments that his brother has always been very direct, and because of this, he came to think that he hated him. But returning to the memories, we see that as the seasons pass and spring arrives, so Takedo goes to fetch water from the river and meets a very beautiful woman, and Pilar describes her as an extremely beautiful person, to the point where he believes that she embodies the image of a spirit of the forest. And then he discovers that she is the wife of the commander general, and in itself she is there because she wanted to see them to know how they were. But soon her brother Yuichiro spoke to him rudely and quickly kicked him out of the house. Followed by this, we discover that she revealed to them they belonged to an amazing lineage of swordsmen, and that his ancestors were pioneers in the breathing technique. But Yuro says he doesn't care about that, and despite the above, Takedo ends up moving us about this matter and tells his brother that it would be a good idea to make swordsmen then. Comments that he does not believe in the existence of demons, but mentions that if they become a warrior, they could help people, so he would like to be a swordsman. But at that moment, Takedo's brother gets angry and yells at him, asking how he can become a warrior and can't even wash rice properly. And after this, he continues talking. Says that Takedo is a reflection of his parents and that he is more optimistic than necessary. It is then that he reveals that his mother never told him about her illness and continued working until she collapsed while his father went to collect herbs in the middle of the storm. Despite Yuro's attempts to stop him, then mentions that he also begged his mother to rest, but she never listened to him. And after unloading, Yuichiro cries and says that helping others is not something that can be done easily, and although his ancestors were swordsmen, he doesn't think two children with no prior training can survive for long in that trade. Followed by Yuro comments that if they risk it, they will probably die in vain like dogs, and believes that the woman is up to something. And after saying those words, he tells his brother that it was time for dinner, and as can be assumed after this dispute, both boys distance themselves permanently. Takedo remembers that the only times they exchanged words was when Yushiro mistreated Mrs. Main, who visited them often. Following this, the brothers continue working as lumberjacks just like their father, and at a certain point, Takedo falls to the ground from the weight of the wood, but his brother shows no concern at all. And one day during the hot summer season, where the temperature was unbearable even at night, the brothers find themselves able to sleep due to the intense heat, and because of this, Takedo cannot fall asleep and wakes up to drink water. And at that moment, he looks around and finds his brother sleeping. But suddenly he gets scared as he notices a strange person standing in front of the house, who appears to be a demon. And then the underscore gets disappointed because there are only children there, begins to attack them ferociously, and noticing the danger, Yuro moves quickly to save his brother, but the demon cuts off his hand. Followed by this, we see how the boy screams in pain, but quickly both brothers react and decide to die of that underscore. Although in the end, they do not succeed and are locked up, and after this, the demon tells them that their lives have no value and comments that nobody will miss too. Orphan children. Followed by this, Takedo continues remembering and says that after that he only saw how his vision turned red, and comments that at that moment he felt something he had never felt, and that it is about an immense anger that ate him up from within. Then he tells him that he does not remember what happened after feeling that, and reveals that he only screamed ferociously and lost consciousness, and later, when he came to, he saw the demon pooped and completely wounded, and when the sun came up, the underscore began to burn and disappear without a trace. And after this, Takedo tried to walk despite his wounds, and while he moved forward, he fell but still crawled home to join his brother Yujiro, and when he arrived, he found him dying, and his last words surprised Takedo, since his brother was praying for his twin to survive, and as expected, this moves the future. Pilar, who can't control her tears since she knows that her brother doesn't have much time to live then. Yushiro ends up saying that Takedo is different in front of him, and that he is a good-hearted boy who wants to help people, and continues his agony, mentioning that it's all his fault, and that's why only he should be punished, for which he begs him so that Takedo continues living, and at the end of all year, comments that the true meaning of the name of the future. Pilar is not useless, but it means the one who has no limits. And after this, we return to reality, and we see that Takedo suffers a physical change, and it is about marks similar to those that the protagonist has. Then the pillar takes up his weapon and executes the fourth form of the breathing of the fog, and in this way, he eliminates all the demons in one fell swoop. And then we see the boy wake up and tell him not to worry about him, but to help the people of the town and to protect the sword of Tanjiro. And in a change of scene, we see that the fifth crescent moon faces the blacksmith and expresses his frustration, since despite everything, the blacksmith continues sharpening his sword without being affected by anything, and in that, we see that the underscore damages the blacksmith's eye, but the man continues working on the blade without flinching, and as is common. The monster is afraid of the blacksmith's incredible willpower, however. At that moment, the pillar of mist appears and hits the demon, but the fifth crescent manages to dodge the attack and wonders how the pillar managed to escape from the water. Prison, and also wonders about the meaning of the mark on the swordsman's face that resembles the mark of the boy with earrings. Then we see that the demon is intrigued by the relaxed expression on the swordsman's Shin's face, and then the beast releases an infernal octopus to completely attack Tokido, and because of this, he ends up destroying the house. And after that, the demon laughs and tells the pillar to be careful, highlighting the flexibility and indestructibility of the octopus meat. And after this, he affirms that Tokido will not be able to pierce it, and for his part, Haganazuka gets up and grabs his sword and his stone to continue polishing the blade, and as expected, this seems curious to the monster and promises to. However, he first comments that he will finish off the pillar, and then he will finish off the blacksmith. But suddenly, Tokido cuts the octopus into pieces and expresses his gratitude to the blacksmith child for saving him. Then he thanks Kanamori for creating that sword for him, and in response, Kanamori confirms that he created it based on what his former mentor, the Great Master Blacksmith, had written, and nothing else. And for his part, the demon tells him that nothing will change no matter how many swords he uses. However, in his mind, Tokido realizes that now everything has become clear. Then he remembers an event from the past, where his former mentor tells him that he is afraid that no one will understand him, and comments that Tokido has a large backpack on their backs. And the worst thing is that he himself is not aware of it because he does not remember his own past, which in itself is another burden. More often than not, he wonders with anguish if there is another person who will take the time to get to know him, to know everything before. And then the old master comments that when Tokido brings him those destroyed swords, tears come to his eyes, because he knows that the boy had to give them superhuman use to wear down the blades in that way. And at the end, the blacksmith mentions that he does not have much time left, and that he no longer has life and energy to fight, but in the same way he worries about Tokido's future. And returning to reality, the pillar of mist apologizes to the old master for having worried him, but assures him that he is fine now. And after this, the warrior begins an attack against the demon, and in this way, we see that he uses the technique called the Sea of Mist, and with the above he manages to hit the demon, but he manages to reduce the damage to a minimum, and after this the monster mocks the boy and mentions that he has become a little faster but not enough to defeat him, to what Tokido answers that surely his demon sense is rotted due to the number of years he lived. And when the underscore hears that, he feels intrigued because he does not understand what the boy means, and just at that moment he realizes that he has a wound on his neck, and he realizes that the one responsible for that was Tokido. And then the pillar warns him that it will cut him completely in the next attack, and at that moment the demon responds by attacking him from behind, but Tokido defends himself as if nothing happened followed. By that we hear the last words of Yushiro, where he apologizes for not having helped him more and having underestimated him, and at the end he mentions that Tokido will be able to help others because he is someone exceptional. And while Yuro says that we can see that the pillar of mist gives a beating to the fifth crescent, and at the same time, we can see that Jotaro continues polishing the Proto's Goku period Z sword. However, that is not the important thing, since what is truly relevant is the fight between Tokido against the fifth crescent, and this the blacksmith near Jotaro knows it, and is also aware of the danger of the battle, so he watches everything from behind a tree. Followed by this, the two enemies start talking, and the demon comments that the pillar thinks he is too much, despite having little more than 10 years of life, to which Tokido responds wittily, mentions that the fifth crescent is a living dick, and as expected, that guy does not take those words well, and replies that the pillar does not know how to appreciate his appearance sublime. It is then that Tokido hits him where it hurts the most, and tells him that his vase is a complete turd, and this made the fifth crescent angry, who appreciates his vase very much, so he attacks him with a special technique with which he throws a million projectiles in the direction of Tokido, who receives all those shots but manages to destroy them, as if it were nothing, but just at that moment, the underscore mentions that the hunter fell into his trap, since those projectiles, when destroyed, spill poison that can be absorbed by the skin, and because of this, the underscore says that the pillar of the mist is lost. Then Takedo passes those words through his balls and uses a special technique, and manages to eradicate the poison with his sword, which obviously surprises his enemy. Immediately afterwards, the pillar approaches his opponent and cuts off his head, but the underscore manages to change his skin and escapes his fate, and after this, the monster takes refuge in a tree and tells Takedo that he will be lucky enough to see his true form. However, he is not excited, to which the underscore mentions that only 3 people had the opportunity to see that transformation, and those people did not survive after that. And when Takedo hears that, he comments that 3 people are many, and that surely that appearance must be garbage. It is then that the 5th crescent reveals that that transformation, it is a technique that he has been polishing inside his vase, and after saying it before, he proceeds to transform, and when he finishes his process, he asks him what he thinks of his new and beautiful appearance, and seeing that Takedo is not impressed, and this enrages the demon, who is hoping to surprise his rival with his transformation. Then the underscore asks the pillar why he doesn't say anything, to which she replies that she is simply paying attention to the request from before, that he remains silent, and as is to be supposed, the 5th crescent goes crazy since the pillar has just papped him, and for this reason he says that Takedo is someone who can knock out his opponents, and without wasting any more time, the underscore proceeds to attack R, but luckily for him, the hunter dodges those quick attacks as if it were nothing, and climbs a tree, to which the demon points out that he is doing the same thing he was complaining about before, pointing out that he climbed a tree to escape the attacks. However, Takedo responds ingeniously and tells him that he was not escaping from his blows, but from his smell of seafood, and when the demon hears that, laughs and mentions that the technique with which he attacked seconds before transforms into whatever it touches fish, and when the demon hears that, he laughs and mentions that the technique with which he attacked seconds before transforms everything it touches into fish. Emphasizing that it is very strong, but far from being scared, the pillar smiles and says that no matter how powerful that ability is, it is useless if it does not hit the target, and after this he begins to remember his past, to awaken his anger and enhance his powers. So we see his memories, and we find out after the battle with that demon who breaks into his house that he stayed with his brother, holding his hand since he did not want to separate from him, and soon he realized that his brother's body began to decompose, and soon larvae began to appear. However, the body of Shiro was not the only one who suffered that fate, since Takedo's wounds also became infected and insects began to come out of there. But luckily the woman from before, who was the wife of the boss of Los Polaris, appeared back and saved him, and in this way she and her daughter began checking on the children, and soon realized that Yuru had died, but luckily Tokyo didn't, so they rushed to heal him, and after saving him from death, they took him to the guard of the pillars, where he began to train as soon as possible, since the anger he felt against the demons drove him, and such was his hatred that when he could barely move, he began to practice with the sword, regardless of the weather or his physical condition. And as you can imagine, the assistants, the pillars, tried to tell him not to do that because he could hurt himself worse. However, the wife of the leader of the pillars tells him to let him train, since they will not be able to stop him, since the hatred towards the demons drives him. And at that moment, Takedo mentions that although he does not remember anything of his past, his body still remembers his thirst for revenge. Followed by this, we return to the present, where the Pillar of the Mist mentions that his goal is to eradicate the demons completely, and that is why he trained until he spit blood day after day, and it is then that Takedo heads towards the monster with the aim of giving it the final blow. So in this way, both rivals prepare to clash for his part. The Pillar plans to decapitate the underscore, while the Fifth Crescent uses the special technique. The most powerful of all, however, the Pillar manages to dodge that blow and counterattacks with a special ability of its mist breathing, and in this way manages to cut off the head of the underscore. And while doing this, he mentions that the Fifth Crescent was too naive to believe that he was the only one who did not take the fight seriously. Followed by this, we see how the monster laments since he was defeated by a human child, and proceeds to rant against all humanity. To which Takedo tells him to simply die and not be reborn. He then cuts him into pieces, and in this way the life of the fifth crescent comes to an end, and after the above, we see how the pillar remembers how he met his leader, who told him that when he remembers his past, he would be much stronger. Something that he could now confirm. Followed by this, Kanimori approaches him to ask him how he is. To which the pillar comments that he feels fantastic and that he should go with Tanjiro and the others. However, the blacksmith mentions which seems the opposite of what Takedo tries to do. Acting strong, but ended up fainting. Anyway, so Kanimori tries to look for help but suddenly realizes that Juder won't help him since he's still focused on polishing Tanjiro's sword from the Zoku newspaper. But luckily at that moment, the blacksmith boy Kitetsu appears to help the hunter, and after this Kanimori gets scared since he thought the little one had died. To which he calms him down by telling him that the wound he had was not fatal. Then he explains that the object that Tanjiro gave him saved his life, and after saying that he takes the object out of his pocket and shows it, and when Takedo sees it, he immediately remembers Rengoku since this accessory was his before giving it to the protagonist. It is then that he sees his old partner, and then has a meeting with his family where he congratulates them for having recovered his memory and having tried so hard, and at this moment, Yushiro tells Takedo that he is proud of him, and as expected. The boy cannot hold back his tears, but with all this, the protagonist continues fighting against the warrior that the fourth crescent created, although clearly has many problems. However, when everything seemed lost, the Pillar of Love enters the scene and saves him from an atrocious death, and after this she takes him to a safe place and congratulates him for enduring so much, and then recommends that he rest, adding that from now on, she will be in charge of defeating this monster and saving the others, and in this way, Mitsuri faces all the artificial dragons that the demon created and seems to have no problem facing him. Then we can see the girl with colored hair who begins to fight, but quickly the demon tries to attack with his mystical dragons. However, Mitsuri manages to use his pillar abilities and with some acrobatic movements dodges the creatures, while at the same time slicing them with her flexible sword. Seeing that the demon created by the fourth crescent comments that she is a fool for facing him, to which she simply runs in his direction to land a blow and start the direct duel. It is then that the woman tells her to hand over Yenga and Nezuko, to which the creature tells her to shut up and calls her _bitch, and as expected, Mitsuri gets very upset by that, since she considers that, given the appearance of the demon, he must be a child and not much older than her little brother. However, soon reflects on the age of that creature that has no relation to his appearance, but even with that, she gets angry that he insulted her. So he prepares to fight, to which the demon responds by sending several deadly attacks, which she neutralizes with a love-breathing technique which is shaped like cats. And when the protagonist sees that, he is very surprised to witness Mitsuri's strength, although there is no time for that because the fight begins and quickly increases in intensity, and noticing that the woman is able to match the speed of his normal attacks, the crescent moon, demon decides to use a faster attack with more range, but again, the Pillar of Love gets a special breathing, and despite the difficulties, manages to suppress his opponent's blow, and with that, he approaches to decapitate him, and just at that moment, the protagonist yells at him to be careful, because that is not the main body of the crescent moon. So he tries to decapitate him. He is not going to beat him, although it is too late to back down, and Mitsuri puts her flexible sword around the neck of her opponent, who responds using a sonic attack technique that destroys the body, and after this we can notice that the creature is surprised to notice that the woman keeps her form, adding that she possibly did it by hardening her muscles before receiving the fatal blow. But although with that explanation, it is amazing that a human could have endured one of his strongest techniques, and because of this he comes to the conclusion that Mitsuri must have a strange condition in her body, which makes her more resistant and stronger than the rest. And upon realizing this, the beast, he decides to devour her, because if he eats her, he will become even more powerful. However, before doing that, he plans to blow the girl's head off and also break her brains like any demon would. And in a change of scene, we see the memories of Mitsuri, who always had failed marriage dates since her superhuman strength was known by most. Because of this, she was rejected, and her commitments did not last long. Then we can see a sequence even further from the past, where she was a girl who, from her early years, could lift rocks weighing several kilos, something that surprised her mother, who did not expect to see that. But in the same way, she congratulated him in this way. Mitsuri remembers her life, and soon we discover that she was strong to the point that she defeated sumo wrestlers in arm wrestling as if it were nothing, and she also ate like one. However, as she was growing up, these characteristics so marked in her personality prevented her from finding a partner and marrying a boy, and despite the fact that her family loved her just the way she was, Mitsuri decided to dye her hair and try to change her personality. So she pretended to be weak and suppressed her natural appetite, and although in this way she got a fiancé, she still asked herself if she would live a lie all her life, however. Before having an answer, her friends helped her and bring her back to the real world where that underscore wants to destroy her. Then the protagonist comments that they must take her to a safe place to protect her, and when she hears that, she gets excited and recovers her morale, so she decides to start the second assault against the underscore demon. And in a change of scene, we can see an event from the past where Mitsuri was with Kogia, tells her that she is very useful to the pillars, and mentions that her strength is a blessing and that she should be proud of that quality. And in this way, we see a sequence of moments where she felt that she fit in a place, since all the hunters accepted her and congratulated her on her achievements as a pillar, including Guro, who gave her some things to warm her legs. The truth is, I don't know what they are called, but that is the green cloth that she always uses. And after remembering the moments that marked Mitsuri, he gains determination to overcome the demon that the fourth crescent created to protect itself in this way. The battle starts again, and there are blows and kicks from all sides at the same time. The protagonist and the others prepare to look for the main body of the fourth crescent, and thanks to Tanjiro's sense of smell, they manage to find it. When they notice that the underscore tries to send more wooden dragons to attack the boys, but Mitsuri quickly knocks him down and says that he will not let him pass in parallel. Tanjiro and the rest locate the tree bark cage that protects the main body of the enemy. So they prepare to cut it down so that it stops moving, but given the intensity of the situation, he cannot cut the bark with his sword, so Yenga uses his demon fangs and proceeds to slice the wood with them, and while he does that, he explains that he can become a demon when he eats the flesh of one, and the stronger the underscore is, the more power he can use, and in the end, Yenga cuts the bark and the cage that contains the fourth crescent. It is then that they use all their techniques to open the box, but the underscore takes advantage of the hustle and bustle to escape, although Tanjiro quickly finds him, and thus begins another agitated chase. Later we see that Nuku emerges, tries to quickly hit Jengu, but he evades her and accelerates in 0. Point. In this way, everyone chases them and comments that he runs like the devil, and noticing the energies of the beast. Both the protagonist and his comrade realize that they have all run out of energy, but the fourth crescent can run another marathon yet. And this leads him to think that very soon it will dawn, so they must defeat it before it happens, or otherwise Mitsuri will be in trouble, and with this in mind he continues advancing but stumbles due to his wounds, and realizes that he cannot step well in thinking about what to do. Tanjiro remembers a conversation he had with Zenitsu about total concentration, and for this reason he circulates the air through the fibers of his muscles and the blood in his veins, and is able to fly quickly towards Gengu in an instant, and while the protagonist tries to decapitate the demon, rhetorically asks him if he feels bad for him, and after saying that, the underscore suddenly grows and drowns Tanjiro. Seeing the above, both the hunter and his sister run to help him. In this way, Yenga tries to free Tanjiro, while Nezuko jumps in the air and uses her demonic blood technique. In this way, the underscore is burned and receives a great amount of damage, which gives his comrade a great opportunity to tear off the arms of the fourth crescent. Then the protagonist is released and faces a duel of forces with the enemy at the same time. Yenga panics because Nezuko's fire affects him, and while he tries to put out the flames, he comes to the conclusion that this happened because he consumed demon flesh and has similar characteristics to one. But returning to the protagonist, we can notice that he faces the fourth crescent in a very complicated duel, and after a fierce struggle with the enemy, Nezuko and Tanjiro fall off a cliff, and while Nezuko lies motionless next to him, Jengu, without arms, and with the protagonist's sword stuck in her On his neck he rises, stating that his regeneration is slowing down as he is used to much power, and needs to consume more human flesh which he feels nearby at the same time in another place. We can see that the protagonist has fallen on a branch, and exclaims that he will not allow Django to escape and will chase him to the depths of hell. And as expected, the underscore gets very scared and rushes to look for humans to regain his strength, and as he headed towards some nearby villagers. Django comments that Nezuko was the biggest annoyance of the three hunters, so he is going to execute her. When he regains his strength at the same time, Tanjiro falls from the branch and begins to chase him, thinking that he is going to use the technique he used previously to reach his opponent. And while the protagonist runs towards Django, the sword that Otaru had been sharpening is thrown from a great distance and landed in front of him, seeing that the protagonist is surprised. Because that tool shines like the devil, soon he hears the voice of Takedo, who tells him to use the sword, and seeing his partner safe and sound, Tanjiro, he becomes very happy. Although the conversation is interrupted by Jotaro, who violently grabs the pillar of mist and shouts at him why he took the sword from him before he could finish polishing it. Takedo then tells the protagonist to defeat the fourth crescent before dawn, after which Jotaro hits him on the head. But returning to the protagonist, he thanks his partner and got into position to use the total breathing technique. Then the pillar falls unconscious, and Otaro's blacksmith friends tell him that he went too far. But while Takedo is already lying down, he asks the protagonist to defeat the underscore to protect the legacy of all hunters, and after the above, the protagonist uses the breathing of the sun, and after this he moves at great speed and decapitates his rival. In this way, the underscore is left headless, while Tanjiro smiles with satisfaction, and soon the first light of dawn signals dawn. And realizing the above, Tanjiro tries to tell Nezuko to hide from that shadow, but her voice does not come out, and for her part, she runs worriedly towards him, and at that moment the protagonist does not understand that she wants to be his sister, but she points behind. And when he looks in the direction, he realizes that the villagers of the blacksmith village are in mortal danger, since the headless body of his rival keeps moving for some reason, and right at that the moment the proto realizes that the body he decapitated was not the real one, and before Tanjiro can take any action to find the real body, the rays of sunlight reach Nezuko so naturally she begins to burn, and without hesitation, the proto protects her with his body and tells her to shrink more, but even so, she is still burning, and to top it off, all the other hunters are too far away to help them and stop Django, and soon he realizes that the enemy's body traps the villagers before he can put Nezuko in the box and run to do something. However, he assumes that the demon will be killed by the sun, but quickly concludes that the beast will devour the villagers before that happens. In this way, the proto decides to protect his sister from the sunlight, which obviously mortifies him when noticing the complicated situation. Nezuko kicks him in the direction of the villagers and smiles as she sacrifices herself for the sake of the innocent, and as expected, Tanjiro cries, but he tries to contain himself, says that he needs to find the real body of the fourth crescent and stop him once and for all. So without wasting a second, he ends up running in the direction of the body of that underscore. In this way, he begins sniffing the real body and discovers that he is in the heart of the false body. And when he reaches the place where his objective is, Tanjiro cuts off his arms before he can hurt the villagers. This way, the memories of Django's human life pass before his eyes, before Tanjiro cuts off his head. It is then that we discover that the fourth crescent was a person who used to murder and deceive people. But one day he was caught red-handed and was sentenced to death. It was at that moment that Muzan appeared and offered to turn him into a demon. In this way, he was able to save himself from his fate and eliminated the prison guards. However, one of those warriors before dying told him that the day will come when Django must pay with his life for his sins, and after the above, we return to the present and we see that Tangi managed to cut off his head, underscore which evaporates in an instant. Upon contact with sunlight followed by this, he collapses into sleep from sadness and exhaustion and realizes that he has won but sacrificed his sister to do it. And before falling from sadness, the villagers shake him and point behind him. In this way, he realizes that his sister is unharmed despite being under the sun, and as expected, the protagonist cannot believe what he is seeing, to which she looks in his direction and says good morning. It is then that he tries to talk to her, so he asks if she returned to being human, but Nezuko only tells him a couple of simple words that he managed to remember standing under the sun. She still has fangs in the jaws, eyes of a demon, and noticing that she is hurt, he decides to hug her while shedding a couple of tears, and for her part, Nezuko pats her on the head and smiles at the same time. You can see that Genya watches the display and also smiles a lot, and after feeling great relief, Tanjiro faints due to exhaustion, so everyone gets alarmed and tries to help him. And in a change of scene, we can see that Mitsuri continues fighting with the creation of the fourth crescent, but as the original body was defeated, this one also suffers the same fate. In this way, the Pillar of Love realizes that she was about to die, but assumes that she came out unharmed, thanks to the help of Tanjiro and the others. And in another place, the maid of Muzan's mother approaches him, who all this time was posing as a boy named Tosakuni, and noticing that the room was a mess, they asked him what happened, to which the boy did not answer, and limited himself to saying that after a long time a demon appears that has conquered the sun, and after this, he thanks the fourth crescent for helping to achieve that. When seeing the movements and words of his supposed son, the lady says that he is behaving very funny. Upon hearing that the ugly boy uses his powers to decapitate his mother in front of the maid, it is then that the maid looks at Muzan in horror while he talks about how he does not need the blue flower, since now what he needs to do is find Nezuko and devour her, since that way he will be resistant to the sun. And when the final villain returns to adult form, Muzan mercilessly kills the maid while she tries to escape from him. Then the bad guy tells us why he wanted that blue flower so much, apparently in the past to be exact 1 year ago, a generous doctor turned Muzan into a demon. However, he was angry because he would not live more than a few years due to the worsening of his illness, so he killed the doctor. But after killing him, he realized that the medicine the doctor had given him had made him much stronger, since in simple words he was practically invincible, but he could not walk under the sun. And angry about this, he tried to make the same medicine that the doctor created. But he did not have the blue flower that had been used to make it. Realizing the above, he searched and searched for that blue flower everywhere, but he never found anything, since the only person who knew where that thing was the med he had killed. And after telling everything above, the final villain says that all this time he had wanted the perfect immortal body, and now that Nezuko has conquered the sun, the next battles will be bloodier, and we'll focus on catching her. But returning to our heroes, we see how Takedo thanks Tanjiro for helping him recover something very important, to which the proto tells him that he did nothing without. However, the pillar tells him that he still wants to thank him and proceeds to smile when he sees that. The protagonist is surprised, since that expression took him by surprise, and then Jotaro appears and asks him where the sword is. Replies that he lost sight of it when he lost consciousness. It is then that one of the warriors comments that he grabbed it from the battlefield and brings it with him. However, Jotaro is convinced that the Prara broke, and despite the fact that it was not the case, the warrior pursues him intensely. And after the above, Mitsuri enters the scene and hugs Takedo, Genja, and the blacksmith child. Then she meets the protagonists, and when she hears Nezuko speak, she is surprised and congratulates the protagonist, and immediately afterward the Pillar of Love hugs him affectionately. Almost at the same time, we can see that Tamayo sent an important letter to Tanjiro, and in the letter, she thanks him for giving the blood of the 12 demonic moons to Nezuko, and in the letter she thanks him for giving her the blood of the 12 demonic moons, and Nezuko's already. That in this way, and using the samples, he created an antidote that allows demons to regain consciousness, and that he successfully tested it on one of Musang's victims. Then she tells him that the components of Nezuko's blood changed in a very short period of time, and explains that she believes the reason Nezuko has not been able to regain consciousness and continues to act like a child is because she has been prioritizing something else. And at the end of the letter, the female demon doctor says that she believes Nezuko will be able to withstand sunlight. But returning to the protagonist, we see that he is taken to the secret village of blacksmiths, which is beginning its reconstruction. In this way, Tanjiro says goodbye to the chief of the place, and also says goodbye to Jotaro, who promises to repair his sword after this. Nezuko and the protagonist are guided by the hidden ones who blindfold him. and cover his nose to take him back to the lair of the pillars, however, on the way. The woman who guides him removes the SGs and the plugs so that he reveals that all the villagers in the town, blacksmiths, want to give him a standing ovation. And after that nice moment, the woman tells him that he doesn't need to cover anything up. And in this way, the protagonist continues his journey back to the base and thus ends the anime. If you got this far, comment, "I want a cookie," subscribe, and leave a like, please.